Yeah, I mean, it's just Luke Ford and the dangers of e-personality. And he's an introvert, incel or whatever. And when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have.
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid, hosted by none other than myself, Jen. Church of Entropy, very happy and feeling blessed to be here today with, a man who needs no introduction, really. The top pundit and scholar on these tips we call the internet, Doooovid.
And we have a pleasant week. I guess the last few weeks, maybe Jennifer's big appearances on those other channels brought some bad karma, and then that bad karma has to be dissipated, and maybe that comes out as kind of theatric arguments between me and Jennifer, but there's probably no other way to do it. That's just how karma works. So hopefully we'll talk more about that. Research is really moving right ahead. I think the power of understanding these ideas of consciousness, and even being close to being on the stage, so to say, with the big names, where we're almost at the level to to start having conversations with some of the other people who are I guess putting out big ideas in the same field. So you feel good about that. The last day is the holiday. Today is Hoshana Rabbah, so I'll talk about that. But the Sukkah, the Jewish holiday here, so doing a lot of meditation streams this week besides the Thursday Partners in Torah of Charles Moskowitz. And he had E. Michael Jones on Thursday morning, I think at 10 o'clock or 11 in the morning. And then I was on at 1, so I had a little bit more viewership than usual. So talked about Israel, and we talked about animal sacrifices and Jewish Christian sectarianism, always an interesting topic. I saw Adam Green has been moving more into the historical Jesus to remain in the confines of Jennifer's channel, like avoiding COVID-19 or something like that. We don't have to talk about everything.
I don't want to put a muzzle on you or anything, and I'm totally pro free speech and all that stuff. I don't want to put anything at risk with regards to channel. And frankly, it is a bit hard to understand sometimes what these rules are. So I just want to err on the side of caution. It was nothing against you or anybody else, really. Well, I mean, there are people that come on here specifically to torpedo the channel, but I know you're not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, the general karma is, in case of uncertainty, to be more strict. The Talmud has the expression, Talmud Chacham Mater Ama Oretz Aser. A wise person is lenient, and a foolish person strict. In a certain sense, if you know the exact intricacies of the law, you have more leeway in what you could do, or if you know what's more important or less important, and there's a conflict, and you say, okay, you could do it this way because of a conflict between two things that have different importances and various factors, how good judges, good leaders are able to make tough decisions. But if you don't know that much, you're safer off saying no. So like if you're an Orthodox Jew, the typical thing would just say it's not kosher. mean, say like anybody's food, just say it's not kosher. And what does it mean it's not kosher? It means like you don't want your kids eating it. And, whether it's kosher or not is complicated because the laws of kosher's might have quite a few elements in it that metaphysical concepts. I was thinking on really parallel to physics and the Heisenberg uncertainty principle for karma, interpersonal action, reactions. Okay, why are me and Jennifer having dispute, or why is something going in a certain way? Well, the obvious answer is that it's the most logical step given the previous initial conditions. So the question is, why are the initial conditions the initial conditions? And by the time you could conceivably measure the initial conditions, so to say, they would have changed in a way parallel to the physical world. The karmatic world is probably that way also, where there's all these prerequisite determinants that cause us to have the karma that we have, and the karma that we have is causing us to act the way we're acting in the current circumstance. And by the time the circumstance is finished, that we acted in the way that we acted, the karma has already changed, and by that point, it's near impossible to have or the precision of the measurement of the state of karma gets more and more difficult. But that's what we're trying to do, and personal drama on a certain level might be explanatory, but like I said many times, the
Could just be other stuff going on where there's a lot of tension right now, just generally, and the probability of something escalating to a confrontation is higher, maybe. I mean, I think in a way it's good because it's like a conflict resolution model. People could disagree, they can have fights, and then things can go on, but not if one person's going to be like about it, right? Like, I've had people telling me like that people they've been friends with for a really long time, it's just like friendship's over. And I get reports like that from more than one person. That's very concerning to me. So I do think it is a more so sign of the times than us per se. Although the teach server thing definitely was challenging. But yes, continue.
Well, if you specialize in dealing with difficult people, you're going to expect constant difficult situations, as opposed to other places you might expect less difficulty. But you're just on the simple karmatic level, you're going to have the initial conditions. In looking at the situation, depending on how you look at free will, basically all actors act in the most logical manner according to the given conditions at the time of, so to say, the choice that was made. And then you say, well, what were those initial conditions in that case? And that's something you can't really measure accurately. And as you get further away from the incident, measurement becomes more and more difficult. So, that's the importance of understanding consciousness and thinking about decision making, and even doing the best with the karma that we have, and that we're bounded by our initial conditions. What does it mean to have some level of free choice and free will within bounding conditions? And today is the end of the cycle of the Jewish high holidays, and actually our team won the Crazy House monthly tournament. So Israel team.
Nice job. So how many teams were in that competition?
Well, I mean, there was like 20 possible teams, but it wasn't necessarily highly. A few hundred people probably played, and then 4 teams in the final this month: Nigeria, Germany, Russia, and Israel. And actually, our first month making it to the Final Four, and we got a pretty big turnout, relatively, from Israeli players, and we ended up taking first. And but tonight after sundown is Hoshana Rabbah. God forbid Lo Galen had said, rabbi, that could be the start of Armageddon, God forbid. And in the cycle of the Jewish theology of the high holidays, the Rosh Hashanah, the New Year, where a person is written into the book of life, and then Yom Kippur, the 10th day of the month of the New Year, where the whole world stands in judgment, and the book, so to say, is sealed. And then, according to the Zohar, on tonight at sundown, the last day, Hoshana Rabbah, um, the book is sent out. So the judgment is finalized um, tomorrow, and that, God forbid, would correspond to Lowell's rabbis pessimistic predictions, which so to say is not necessarily doesn't mean anything. Pessimistic predictions, that God judges people based on their current state of merit, and people have free will, so to say, to change. And if people change, negative predictions could also change. And so I'll say a quick chant and prayer. Uh, in the Sukkah holiday, historically, the nations of the world made pilgrimage to Jerusalem. But Sukkah was probably the most um, popular of the pilgrimage festivals, and there was activities and music at the temple and festivities, unlike Passover, which might not have been the same level of festivity and centered around the sacrifice of the Paschal lamb. But Shavuos had the Simchas Torah, and but there's always been the case of judgment, God forbid. In the temple 2,200 years ago, you had a mass slaughter in the temple where I think the Hashmonaim dynasty, who were priests, took over the kingship, and the people, at some point, the people just followed the system. And even though the temple leadership had become corrupt, obviously people are still making pilgrimage and paying taxes, and the system as it is built around the temple. And there was such a big desecration by the king that the people pelted the king with their esrogim, and God forbid, it was 6,000 people were crucified, and even the sages of Jerusalem that were against the king, in theory, according to the Talmud, had their women and children brought before him and tortured as they died on the cross. This would have been about 2,200 years ago. This would happen on this holiday, but it's normally a joyous, festive holiday that would have been, people from all over Israel gathered in Jerusalem for festivities, which music and feasts and pleasantries. And the main prayer is from Psalm 118, and it's Hoshana, which means save us, please. Na at the end, just like N-A, Nun Aleph, usually means please. So in the Hallel prayer, there's an expression, Ana Hashem Hoshia Na, Ana Hashem Hatzlicha Na, which is a central part of the Hallel prayer that's recited on all Jewish prayer days and make us lamenting. And then on the Sukkah prayer, people would get together and circumambulate, holding these four species of the palm, the esrog, the myrtle, and the hadassah, and supplicate God to save us again and again. Hoshana, Hoshana. And usually there's an alphabetical where a different letter of the alphabet started Hoshana, and then Hoshana at the end. And so it's just asking God over and over again congregationally to save us as we circumambulate. And also the famous praise on Psalm 118, verse 22 is, this is the Lord's doing, is marvelous in our eyes. This is the day which the Lord hath made, and we will rejoice and be glad in. That there's some astrological or time phenomenon that prayer and action has some sort of special effect if it's done at that time. And so hopefully we'll discuss more into these metaphysical understanding. What does it mean karmatically that there's some special time where religiously action is amplified if it's done on this time, and then maybe what some of the sages say about that process, and so there would be all people would gather and circumambulate and basically just cry to God again and again, save us. save us, save us, in a belief that that gathering is the finality of the judgment of God upon the world, and then go back, so to say, to their daily lives. That the holiday, there'll be 2 more days of festivity, and then back to the grind of as the farming season, or now work, that you have the last break of the change in seasons, and taking off to make pilgrimage to Jerusalem for the holiday, and then after the holiday being ready to go back into hard work, having God just judged the world and made some sort of predictive outcome about what's going to be in the next year that is somewhat already determinative. So, if you want to look at the metaphysics of these beliefs, let me chant, or I think I've chanted these in the past in most synagogues on Hallel, from verse 19, Piskuli Shari Tzedek Odabam Odia is chanted. And actually, let me chant this other one, verse. Sorry about that. I didn't have time to prepare this right
No
before.
problemo.
So,
looking forward to the show.
Also, Psalm 118, it's Minhametzar Karasi. So this Psalm 118, verse 5. Minhametzar Karasi Yah, Anani B'merkav Yah, Hashem li lo ira ma yasi li adam. And then there's verses that lead up. So, out of my straits of despair, I called the Lord. He answered me with great enlargement. The Lord is for me. I will not fear. What can man do unto me? And there's a few different verses. I'll do a quick chant. Mina meitze karasiya aneni ba merkavya Hashem li lo ira mayaseli li adam. So that was just a common tune for these kind of, this is in Psalms all over. It's saying that I don't fear man, only God. And you're just the confidence that all of Israel would have gathered together in Jerusalem, and that God would have judged the whole world, and we would call upon God to save us, and hopefully God will save us, and then we will return back to the grind of the work. And I'll quickly chant this other one because it's a famous Christian one in honor of E. Michael Jones. The stone which the builders rejected has become the chief of cornerstones, which in the New Testament says refers to Jesus, but in classical Judaism is just a karmatic concept of a common occurrence, that the stone that gets rejected ends up becoming the chief cornerstone. Talk like liberalism versus conservatism, picking winners and losers, and the elite, because they're corrupt, are always trying to pick winners and losers. But God forbid, the winners that they pick usually turn out to be losers, and the losers they pick occasionally turn out to be winners. So that would be the case where the cornerstone that the builders rejected becomes the central cornerstone. I mean, the rock that the builders reject for not even being good enough to include in the building eventually becomes the cornerstone. So with that, let's hope for a good week in review. So good to be back. Jennifer, how was your week?
It was productive. And then yesterday I went on Teach Discord for like, I want to say at least 11 hours. But there was a little break in the middle, so there were 2 breaks. So it was really fun though. I usually the way they do it is stages where there's like a generic question and people can come on and more or less run it out however they want. So the question I asked was, do atheists or theists have a more coherent worldview? And just trying to get people to defend a position. I don't care what the position really was, just like make some type of strategic argument if people were coming on. It was like, so, which I asked them the question, and they'd be like, atheism. And I feel like, did you want to add anything? So, uh, there was certainly a range of abilities, but it is a great place to meet people, as they say. Yeah, Gilbert, gravity bends light. That's my point. So, Effluent asked a question about whether clock runs slower and high up and down. And I'm trying to. Well, we have to have an authority, and I mean, we got to trust the authority of our own senses at some point. So you got to sort of trust your own sense making, and the way to do that is to think things through yourself and see if it all. It's kind of like a pinball machine, and does it jangle through it, or does it ever get out of the maze, or what? You sort of want to don't delegate your thinking to me, to anyone. It's okay to get help, but to fully delegate thinking to other people. This week has taught me that it just leads to a situation of a decision-making process. It's like absolutism problem. Like we have this exact same problem that keeps resurfacing, which is like axioms are built into the universe. Like there's a set thing that causes anything that doesn't obey these axiom laws to be self-refuting. Well, George, authority is something we all trust. And if you're like, well, I can make assertions without axioms, kooktacular assertion gets made all the time. That is itself an authoritative statement, and it is itself axiomatic. So to say there's no authority or no axioms, those are themselves self-contradictory. Just like with the subjective absolutism, where I think one of the ways that it was being worded was that like everything is subjective. Well, is that statement also subjective? And if it is, what does that even mean? What's the opposite of subjective? Objective, that's another question that gets into a lot of time. So it's fun to be able to answer questions of all sorts. So really, really fun for me. So you should trust authority, George, but you should trust. Talked about this last week about yeah, I think we did. I want to say it's a time crystal. Is that, do you remember that one? The Google computer time crystal thing? Did we talk about that last week?
Not sure. I mean, it's ringing a bell somewhat, but I don't think necessarily we.
But yeah, that's about all I did. And I did some diagrams too. I think I sent you. I don't know if I sent you all of them because some of them are like in various states of being completed, and I don't want to shit up your inbox with a bunch of garbage, half-finished diagrams. But yeah, that's mostly what I've been working on. All right. For some reason, my encoder's overloaded. So again, if the stream is screwed up, please tell me in the chat so I can try to turn some stuff off. But yeah, that's about all I did. And I'm basically just shamelessly leeching off of T-Jump's fame at this point. So I really appreciate him letting me do that. And unsurprisingly, Gilbert wouldn't trust what I say. Well, great. Gilbert knows how he feels. We should all be so certain as Gilbert is. Yeah, so I don't know. What do you want to go into the Platonic stuff? Because I've just been saying Platonism, but that's basically me just Trojan horsing my own, she said vita into what I can arguably defend as Platonism. I don't really know what Platonism is because I never studied it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh when I say stuff like that. I know he like harped on about emotional stuff a lot, like love and stuff, and charity and whatever. And that those were Platonic forms, right? But I don't know how much it was of his teachings actually related directly to geometry, and I'm afraid to look. So, did you want to fill us in on any of your research? I know you said you've been going over it. These various, I guess we could call them classical philosophers. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm still forms Platonism, which is more popular versus just the idea. So if I have an idea in my head, Jennifer has an idea in their head, everyone of universal terms, and then historical understandings in just pure numbers. So the day of big data, if you're trying to describe a concept and map that to words, and you could think of the best words available to express that idea. And so you could use historic ideas, masters of some sort that codified these ideas, and then that being well known among humanity, known in the halls of Western scholars. You're familiar with the effects of these teachings, but I mean, the concept is a concept, and the concept is bigger than the way we try to describe that concept. But I mean, Plato is you're pretty canonized in a good way to try to explain these concepts. But as we move on, just doing the due diligence of saying what we're trying to say, the multiple truth hypothesis, various understandings, to some sort of historical review of what the famous people of the past have thought about these ideas, because you assume the average person who wasn't brought up, hasn't heard of the way we're describing these ideas, but is more likely to have heard of certain more widespread explanation for these phenomenon versus just purely empirical understanding of trying to express the phenomenon, like the laws of physics or science, where you say we're explaining, saying we in terms like the royal we of sciences is explaining what material phenomenon, the explanation for why material phenomenon is happening the way it happens, and that would apply also to metaphysics, that it's an explanation for the very phenomenon that all people observe, and therefore is scientific testable, because the very thing that we're talking about is the explanation for phenomenon observed, and it's mind from the phenomenon of mind as opposed to the phenomenon of matter. And then how do you observe mind? So did you want to say in lower right off of it is a famous resort retreat place that I think it's famous for fudge and has a hotel, but just geographically Mackinac is an Indian name, and as you could see on the map, like it's just a strategic place for an island, and it's a famous resort retreat place, maybe like Devil's Island or Cape Cod or something like that, where it's just geographically an obvious place to have strategic meetings. So the Michigan Policy Conference every year was there. So here is the Watson Institute for International and Public Affairs out of Brown University, and they had a lecture on interpreting the Pew Survey on India. So I think I showed that a few months ago, the new huge Pew Survey on religion in India. So they had a professor going over some of those numbers. If that's pretty interesting, especially we can review a lot of people with Eastern Hindu India leanings. So here I've mentioned the Crucible. It's kind of like new, I'm not sure, like alt-right, multicultural alt-right type platform. Looks like kind of like former heel turn type guys or something like that. But they hosted a debate with
When
JF.
I hear Crucible, I think the Socratic method. What about you? I think of a thing I'd rather walk into than a Socratic debate, a Crucible, where I can be burned to death.
Yeah, I mean, so this guy is some sort of like woke Christian. He's got like his wife who's homeschools their kids, and so it's. I mean, here you just see a crucible is a ceramic or metal container in which metals or other objects may be melted or subjected to very high temperatures. So possibly, they see that as a good thing, just dissecting their ideas. But they're returning debates. He had JF on a I guess a debate on racial theory, intelligence, various things. But he's looks like he has quite a few debates scheduled over the next few weeks. So here, the Godward podcast. our old friend professor from the Luke Ford sphere has been pumping out regular videos, and looks like he's taken it to the next step. And so it looks like he released another video, 366 views, but he's been going over Plato and the mystical foundation of authority. So he's kind of upped his scholarship there.
Oh,
So who's
can't
this
wait
guy?
to see that.
Paul talk? Is this Paul? I don't know which Paul this is, but I don't think that's the Paul Riccicelli in our chat. But let's see. I'll check that out. I've been, but he's almost at 1,000 subs, so checking that out. Here is Ben Shapiro on Dr. Brian Keating. This was the day before Yom Kippur, and kind of a interesting. So they talk about some Jewish theology or various issues. So I thought that was of note. I don't usually watch Ben Shapiro, but occasionally makes appearances on other channels. I'll watch that out, and he does kind of have like the spokesmanship for Orthodox Judaism, because he speaks to a lot of places where he's from the furthest on the right of the Jews that make appearances in those circles, and it's kind of a believer's perspective, Maimonidean, Aristotelian. So here's another mind chat with Philip Goth and Helen Yetter Chapel, another interesting, from University of Miami. On panpsychism. So people want to get a deeper dive into panpsychism. You could follow Philip Goth in his mind chat. I showed this the Destiny video, who commented on Brett Weinstein and Joe Rogan and Sam Harris, where I guess Sam Harris said that he wouldn't even talk to Brett Weinstein. He's too out there, so Destiny was kind of like mirroring Sam Harris's argument. So I thought it's funny. I always mention like Ben Shapiro teaches people arguments. So really, you could see that Destiny is literally like training and memorizing Sam Harris arguments. So it was kind of funny in his commentary video, and to see that Destiny's guru Sam Harris. So here, this cold fusion channel, not that great, but it's an interesting idea, an overview of the current state of computer called AI machine learning language. So here, JF had Lipton Matthews, and I actually super chatted him there in mentioning Lipton Matthews to him. So he took my advice, and unfortunately, Lipton couldn't get his camera working. Boomer Tech, I guess he's in Jamaica. Circumstances there are different for him to be able to have kind of like a setup. So they had their conversation. Lipton Matthews still going pretty strong with his regular interviews of academics. So I've been watching almost all of Lipton Matthews' interviews with academics. He's been pumping out sometimes even like 5 a week, but like at least 2 a week. We don't so much a political crowd. I mentioned on Charles Moskowitz the immigration ethics. So I mentioned the border crisis last week with the Haitians at that point. Over 10,000 had conglomerated on the southern border, but it was kind of before the major news cycle, and then it hit in the president, and I guess at this point they've cleared the border, and about half of them have been let into the U.S. on a temporary basis, and the other half have been deported in various ways. And so here was the Congressional Black Caucus before they let them in, when they were, and actually Andy Levin, the Jewish congressman from my area, who's even on my YouTube page, IRL, was one of the speakers. And we talked about it with Charles Moskowitz in terms of a moral, ethical dilemma. And I would talk about the weather change, flooding, but Haiti's got about 10 million people, and the island's not doing that well. God forbid they had the president was assassinated. There's been like 2 hurricanes and 2 earthquakes, I think, just this summer. And if you just looked at, like, there were 10 million people and millions of them, it's unclear to say millions of them need to evacuate the island. And most of these people who are at the border weren't people who had evacuated Haiti. They were from other places in South America. But, so if we want to talk out the structural arguments of the ethics and morals of what happened on the southern border. So here in the car industry, I've been mentioning this, the chip shortage. I think Aiken was mentioning this, and now it's hitting here. New forecast says chip shortage to cost the car industry $210 billion. So just the disruption in the supply chain. These days, cars are mostly roboticized and require chips for all these various things. I even have some of these conventions of the chip makers, and any given added addition to the car basically requires a chip. So I don't know, estimate, but there could be hundreds of various chips that go into a functional car. So the chip shortage is having big effect. So we're not going to talk about COVID-19, but I'll show an article on related on the aerosol and spreading by respiratory and possible, we'll call this a evolutionary adaptation that has caused it to be tested to be more easy to spread as an aerosol. So it's an Oxford scientific article. I think Jennifer shared this with me this week. And we'll talk about this more.
I am so sorry. Like, I felt so guilty. And I didn't even want you to read it. I just wanted you to know that my plight was very high. And that was why. On the plus side of things, I've started rhyming again.
The geometry and topology of three.
I didn't understand any of this. Just going to say that right now.
So, we're talking about interesting topographical shapes, and then how you describe that. And a lot of this is in imaginary notation. And I'll show real quick, because I'm not sure. Did you have your conversation with Kurt Jaimongol?
Of course not. I'll tell you the second that happens, and it'll be recorded long before it goes live.
Well, I thought you already had it, and then you didn't even have the conversation.
No, there's a plan to do it. And I almost had friction on his server, but luckily Howie is much more discombobulated than me, so it's another Claire Caw type situation. Thank the Lord. Ooh, what's that? Another nanny cam?
So this is his conversation with this Israeli mathematician. And I guess it was kind of interesting. I guess he's Canadian, and he refused to, he got opposed to like a Canadian university, and he refused to take the oath of allegiance to the Queen, or did and renounced it or whatever. But this Israeli mathematician, Jor Ben Nathan, and I think I saw that.
I love this guy. He's one of the best we've ever seen.
This is Israeli.
Wasn't he just adorable? He just seemed like a great teacher.
Yeah,
and really passionate.
Even had his board out there. So just mentioning, and Jennifer's in the chat on that one, they say Noam Chomsky here in the video also somewhat. If you're looking like the Cartesian or the Platonic, where all three-dimensional shapes are a graphical representation of an equation. And so, that you could have a three-dimensional shape, but really that three-dimensional shape is just the projection of an equation, and it matching an equation. And it said the Platonic Neoplatonism today largely refers to mathematics, and saying that it's unlikely Plato or even Plotinus and Proclus, the Neoplatonists, thought of necessarily mathematics as the central forms. But now most Neoplatonists would look at mathematics, and so Godward, when he's talking about the authority, looks at, I think Jennifer was saying that
I didn't
you
think they
would-
went to math. I thought they went to shitty metaphors and atrocious abusive logic.
well, okay, you're making a pejorative judgment on it, but if you just give them the benefit of the doubt of just doing their best to understand the world that we live in, dealing with the harsh conditions of the material world and the best of their ability to explain this condition that we live in, that the evolvement of what these things that the material world that we see as a projection of to, if it was originally these forms or if it was geometric, and as histories went on, it became more and more in line with what we call math today. So we talk about that more, and so that's going to be a pretty recurring topic. Probably, if Week in Review has a future moving on into this new year, that will probably be one of the main recurring topics. So here's a beautiful new synagogue in Tel Aviv and Vishnitz. I always sing these Vishnitz tune. So this is actually a non-Hasidic rabbi giving a speech. So you see the way Israel's set up, that this new synagogue would be built, and a rabbi from like the court of an opposing school would still be brought in to speak, to fill the chambers. So that's the Vishnitz, which I sing all the time. And a lot of the tunes that I've done over the last year, probably, maybe even over 10% of them are Vishnitz tunes. So here in Metro Detroit, he's the husband of the Reconstructionist rabbi, and she's also on my YouTube channel, not the rabbi of the downtown synagogue, but another activist rabbi in Detroit. And this is her husband that has got quite a YouTube channel here called Esoterica. He was a professor at Wayne State University, kind of like a freelance scholar. And he made this fascinating video. We talk about this also. And I hadn't really thought about it, but when he mentioned it, I saw that, it's interesting. Maybe he's right. Gnostics, Cathars, and Catharism, historical fact or delusion of the Inquisition. And he's questioning were there actually Cathars. And it's interesting that, historically, there really is no group that self-identifies as Cathars. Cathars, there was it's the Abyssina crusade. I mean, there was an area where they crusaded through part of Spain, and over 100,000 people went through the Inquisition, and the Inquisition referred to them as Cathars and recorded them largely as being dealt with as heretics, although I guess the historic scholarship is really there was no Cathar movement, and it was kind of just like picking on people who were different, and whether they were organized really into a movement on theology is less clear. But certainly, me and Jennifer, I bring up the Cathars all the time because one of the beliefs that the Cathars had was in dualism and in reincarnation, and in the Inquisition notes. It says the reason that these people are being killed, God forbid, or tortured or put through the Inquisition in general is because of holding these heretical beliefs. But he's saying the scholarship is really that, God forbid, it was more kind of like a war of opportunity, and they just added the theological stuff afterwards. So it wasn't like they were so theological or philosophical that, God forbid, they were, putting people through the Inquisition because they were dualist and believe in reincarnation. They were just, kind of like natural war of aggression and territorial expansion, and the theological stuff didn't really have anything to do with it. But it's an interesting video, and he said he's going to be doing another few videos on what the Cathars actually believed. And there's some texts that supposedly come from the Cathars, and then the Cathar, in theory, is one of these like lost Gnostical movements that is a tradition going back to the ancient times that still exists today. And even people like, oh, I'm a Cathar, I believe in reincarnation, I'm a Cathar. But what did it really mean being a Cathar? Did they really exist? Was there a movement? Was it a continuation? And what are these texts that claim to be Cathar texts? are they actually authentic to Cathar text of a movement that existed? And then what did these texts actually say? And maybe the text were like a plant from the Catholic Church or something. But it also be an interesting video, so some stuff I hadn't really thought about. And one last thing, so this the Sukkah holiday, so it's a tablet magazine, mentioned 4 species, and one of the is the lulav, which comes a branch from palm tree, a certain type of palm tree that I didn't realize. So they're mentioning what is it like to be an Orthodox Jew or just a Jew who wants to do the ritual of the 4 species in New Zealand. And it turns out it's very difficult to get a lulav and esrog in New Zealand, because in New Zealand in 1993, New Zealand introduced the Biosecurity Act to ensure that the unique ecosystem can be maintained without fear for invasive or potentially damaging foreign species or plants being introduced, because New Zealand has distinct flora and fauna that are unique to its landmass, which evolved separately from the rest of the world's ecosystem. Common pests as well as plants and animal diseases are not found in the country, and introduced foreign organic material could have catastrophic effects on the country's native plants. There's about 6,000 Jews of the 4.9 million people in New Zealand, and according to New Zealand law, you could get a license. So I guess if you're in New Zealand as a regular synagogue, you could get their special like permit or license to manage biomaterial. And then in the synagogue, they only allow 11 for the 6,000 Jews, only 11 total. So like in the rest of the world, almost every adult Jewish male gets their own. So they only allow 11, I guess, of these branches into New Zealand. And then they're kept in the various synagogues. And I guess according to New Zealand law, that agricultural permit of New Zealand off of the myrtle branch. So the various any part that's included has to be kept in a room by a government certified person. And then after the ceremony is finished, it has to be taken to a special government ministry where it's incinerated. And so I was going to talk about COVID-19 because it's the most pertinent and probably the most likely if we talked about evolution. But evolution is the most common explanation that would be used. You don't have to have an evolutionary understanding. Are you familiar with these laws in New Zealand, Jennifer? Have you heard of them, or have you experienced, people, guru or whatever, that has dealt with these laws of trying to get fruits or vegetables past New Zealand security? Or have you ever heard of someone, like maybe?
Well, they're pretty strict for sure.
That you like
they want to have a strict quarantine to avoid. I don't know. There's all these horrible. There's invasive stuff from the Orient. It's made its way all the way to Canada. I think it's called knotweed. My Buddhist friend used to. The monks at his thing used to tell him to dig it up on the property. It was all over Ottawa. It kind of looks like I don't even know, bamboo almost.
Evolutionary understanding.
But yeah, it's a big concern.
That
sure. So I think there's just more.
Had you heard about this like agricultural permit that a New Zealand resident or citizen, I guess, could apply for and then could monitor with?
Not per se, no, but I'm aware of the
So I guess New Zealand's a modern country, and they so there's Jews or other people that, for whatever reason, so there's the government ministry that gives out permits, and Jews are able to have a lulav and esrog within the biosecurity confines of New Zealand. And from the typical evolutionary picture, New Zealand's right on a fault line. So I guess if you're in New Zealand, there's like hundreds of miles where you could actually see the fault Okay, I guess there's like a rock that slid, and one of the like, it keeps on sliding, and is what I'm talking about, like the fault line in New
No, as
Zealand.
far as I understand, New Zealand is the top of a mountain that keeps getting taller due to thermal expansion and such from the planet always having more heat energy coming into it. And the
I thought it was right on the fault
rumble,
line. And that's why it's
yeah,
also
well, the
earthquake.
fault lines come about as a result of the thermal expansion. It's like, yeah, this place is, think of it like a pimple being forced to be popped. If you look at what they call, I want to say Zealandia, it's the entire landmass under the water, not just what's above. And you can see it's very obviously a mountain. So yeah, it's just a mountain getting gradually bigger, and like a pimple, it pops near the apex.
And for hundreds of miles, you could see the rock that is clearly been brought up and is much older according to evolution, even like tens of millions. So geologically, because it's on a fault line, one side of the rock on the other has been pushed up into the air, and that rock that's being pushed up right now stores mineral stuff that below would be like the geological timeline, and also evolutionary. The plate tectonics expert, I guess New Zealand separated or the landmass from. I have to look into the exact evolutionary understanding of the origins of New Zealand, but because it's been separated from a landmass at a certain period of time, uh, the common species that has a different ecosystem and some unique species, animals that I think you only find in New Zealand, or birds or something like that. But also the plant life and things are very different, and that obviously New Zealand people looking out for their own best interest, recognizing the danger of plant disease, like possibly the Native Americans were killed by disease, or plants and animals could be killed by disease, that they would try to monitor. But the basic explanation is evolutionary, and like a divergent evolution in a matching time frame um, would be the classical explanation, probably even in New Zealand universities. I took a few courses out of New Zealand. And
Wait, talking about the tectonic plates, yet another theory that makes no sense. Sorry.
well, I mean, this is the mainstream theory that you'd be taught in.
My sister actually has a degree in physics geology, so do know a bit about it.
So these are the mainstream theories that you'd be taught in universities. So I'm just mentioning, you don't have to believe in evolution. You could be a like a anti-evolution Christian or Hindu or Jewish New Zealander who ascribes to the science and understanding that it's dangerous to bring invasive species, even though you don't accept the evolutionary reason for why that's the current state. So I mean, I guess you don't have to take.
I accept evolution. I just accept it as it actually is, not as a kook science way would like me to think it is.
Yeah, I mean, even say that, okay, like I accept the phenomenon that you could bring an invasive species into New Zealand and it could destroy the habitat, and even just one simple leaf of one ceremonial object, in theory, could spread a disease that could utterly change the habitat. And as a patriotic New Zealander, you wouldn't even think or consider of violating their biosecurity laws, and whether that's related to the common theory of evolution or to some other explanation. So I thought that was interesting, and then to see just biosecurity law like that. I mean, checking fruit and vegetables is pretty common. So New Zealand just has more strict. So, I mean, if you go to Israel or even some states, like if you go to California from another state, they ask you about your fruits and vegetables. And God forbid, my grandparents of blessed memory lived in Florida, and they had to have their orange tree cut down because of supposed disease infecting orange trees that was possibly some sort of scam or monopoly of the orange growers the for-profit orange growing industries that were able to force this law of getting these diseased orange trees forcefully cut down so that it wouldn't infect the orange industry. That however things are set up like that, that maybe New Zealand has a more environmentally friendly, as opposed, you think like in Florida that had a more industrial friendly, where random people with orange trees in their backyard could have them cut down out of the danger that might pose to the orange juice industry. So and then to consider how that's related to the theory of evolution, saying like so the interesting phenomenon. So those are the links I had for this week that I thought I'd share. Nice, half Galician, Kaxamak. Hello to everyone in the chat.
Yeah, you got some big fans there. Not to be outdone by a T-jump debate, just thought I'd ask if we're really sure that a spear is no longer the best weapon. Oh, there's another debate. It was vegans. It was a vegan debate one day. That was hilarious.
It's kind of my thing. I used to promote music or parties. Is that you have to go to a party, and no man's an island. If you want the company of other people, you have to go to somebody else's event or crowd, or you have to gather a crowd for yourself. You promote your own parties. So, I mean, generally promoting, you want to go to a party. And so if I could promote my own parties, I could make money, or I could organize the party in the way I want. But no, I mean, generally, if you're organizing the party, it's more work than a party. So, Jennifer, she needs a crowd, she needs the audience, she's choosing T-jump, then versus the effort of, so to say, creating her own crowd, or if it's a certain training.
Nobody wants to learn anything from me. I'm just too dang harsh, I guess.
Yeah, and then whatever value you see to yourself to entering a hostile environment for.
It's not the type of teachings people normally pay for. Not with money, anyway.
I didn't share the video. I thought Tulsi Gabbard was kind of in the news for. She was on Fox News on Tucker Carlson defending drone strikes, and God forbid. And I guess she said that she had just done like a secret mission going to Africa, like American war type stuff on like secret operations against extremist Muslims. And she was in defense of the drone strike because she claimed that this, that we have an enemy in extremist Islam, and it necessitates a war. And so it was Kim Iverson. I saw it, or some of the progressive places were questioning Tulsi Gabbard, the anti-war candidate, coming out to defend drone strike, and sounding kind of like President Bush, where there's this other side that it's just, if you don't kill them, they're going to kill us. But yeah, I mean, sometimes if you're just a mercenary, if you have a nation or battle, you could hire mercenaries to fight on your own, to fight battles for you. If you're just a person, and so whatever. So Jennifer has to find someone else's institution to prover at, and as opposed to having her own institution to prover over her own institute. So maybe she's grown her YouTube channel a little on Discord. Sometimes, like if you're promoting a party, the easiest first way to promote a party is to go to another party, promote your party at the other party. So you just go to I just want a party. I'm not trying to promote my own party. So you just go to a party to party. Like, so Jennifer, she just wants to test her arguments debating against atheists. So she chooses to enter the layer of atheist to
that
argue.
Is not what I'm doing there, by the way. That is not what I'm doing there, by the way. But thank you for your 2 cents.
Yes, I mean, well, I was saying whether her opinion on the matter
It's
matters.
rhetoric that I'm developing. I'm not developing debate skills. I'm developing rhetoric. You can call that part of debate skills, but I'd rather not call that a debate. I'd rather call that something else. Something aspiring to debate, perhaps.
You could put it in the terms of low birth versus high birth. I mean, to a certain, like, well, why aren't you just studying at your father's debate institute. Like, well, my father doesn't. I took low birth. My father doesn't have a debate institute, and so so the most logical one that you would be studying at your father's debate institute. And you're saying, well, I'm sorry, like, I wish my father had a debate institute for me to study
No,
at,
I
but
don't.
unfortunately, my father doesn't have a debate institute for me to study at. So I had to choose
that would distract from my greatness, wouldn't it? Why would I want to do that?
Well, I was saying, so you have to choose what a debate institute to go, and
Yeah.
saying if
Who am I
because your
gonna
father's
bless
debate
with my
institute
presence in this
wasn't
lifetime?
wasn't an option that you have to choose a debate institute to take part in. So whatever reason you've chosen T-Jump, and saying that
Because he was live and he said, "Hey, join my server," and I got this flash of insight that was like, "That's a good idea." So I didn't think about it after that.
and saying
I told
what's the main reason why people start debate institutes, and it's because their father didn't have a debate institute to hand over to them, and therefore
I
they got to
really
start
think
their
it's
own.
probably more to do with loving debate than daddy issues. Because like when I think about this stuff,
saying that the point is that there's a you, and it has to join someone else's debate institute because you don't have your own debate institute. And so that's, to put it in the term of low birth, saying, well, if you took higher birth, you would have had your own debate institute. So the reason you don't have your own debate institute is because you took low birth. And just the just from that point, you don't have to put it in that phraseology, but just saying that yes, you have to go through the process of joining someone else's debate institute, and then in theory one day you could have your own debate institute, and theologically you could say, like, well, you should have had your own debate institute, and the reason you don't have your own debate institute and are joining someone else's debate institute is due to your past karma, and your past karma of your previous life is that you don't have your own debate institute for you to enter into. Like, so to say, your father, you weren't born in a scenario
I
where
don't
your
have
father
my
had
same organization from my
was
last life that I can pick back up in. That's a debate society. I guess
well,
not.
that you would have been raised into, saying a debate institute where your father oversaw a debate institute, and you could have been brought up in the debate house, and, so to say, had your own people and didn't have to partake in somebody else's institute. But it's like, no, you had to partake in someone else's institute because you don't have one. And saying
Okie
that
dokie.
by saying karmatically, you, like, yes, you have to explain why you don't have one. And saying that
Why
saying,
don't I have a debate school? Is that the question? Why don't I have a school yet?
Well, because you took low birth.
Okay.
And the question is, why weren't you born with one? And so the answer to that one was because you took low birth. So you could skip that first question. You could skip that first question because most people wouldn't ask why you weren't born with one.
Of course not, just you, which is why you're the best. All right, Lambie says septic. I don't know if you put septic on purpose, but it's supposed to be skeptic. Lambie, atheists are such a one-trick pony. All the skepticism they apply versus religion shines with its absence with most everything else. Well, it's scripted skepticism, which isn't really skepticism because skepticism involves, hate to sound like a broken record here, but meta-analysis, God forbid. You have to take a step back and consider the source, consider what's being said. Yes, even the logic behind what's being said. And there's some stuff that's dang illogical that I never even thought about it, like the lock and key shit metaphor of enzyme action in digestion. It's like Mark Smith says, high birth question mark. I am somewhat curious as to how many people would resonate with your high birth, I don't want to say metaphor, but or neologism, but whatever it is. Like, I don't hear
because it takes the starting assumption that most people skip of, like, why did your soul enter your body into your lineage? And then to say, well, if debate
I know why, but I think most people don't think about that.
To you, why didn't your soul enter your body into a lineage where your father had a debate institute?
Because debate's not the only thing that's important to me, and this is hilarious that you're speculating on this, but
well, it's not a speculation.
It's
an initial question, initial conditions question that most people just skip, and it's really beyond empirical answer. So it's, to some extent, it's the most important of the empirical questions, but because there's too much uncertainty to give any sort of reasonable answer, most people skip it completely and don't even realize that was the first question that should have been asked. I mean, there could be precursory questions, but it's saying, who is the you, and why is the you that's you entered your body in your lineage in your place in your time?
Well,
And then just an
ideally, you don't have to
explanation
ask why.
was saying that you're
You
dealing
never
with the
forget
harsh
why.
condition of the material realm, and saying, well, I want to debate. I had to enter a debate institute, and I looked around at the available debate institutes. I made informed decision on which debate institute I was going to join. And you have to question, well, what's the origin of these debate institutes? And they said, well, a lot of them have been around for a while, and so who's been maintaining these debate institutes that have been around a while? And so you might come across like these names of these people who have been maintaining these debate institutes, and then saying, okay, so you've entered this other person's debate, that this other debate institute that's around because these people have been maintaining it. And then you say, well, how come you weren't the one maintaining it? And say, well, I don't know why I wasn't the one maintaining it. I didn't even know about the phenomenon.
Why wasn't I maintaining a debate society? Because I was generating the presentation of the ideas that are going to be filling up the debate society. But, I can slot myself into being the grugtator of the debate society now, but I don't think that's what anyone wants. So,
far it goes back to the Versite chant. The stone that was rejected becomes, by the builders, becomes the cornerstone, because, like you said, that you were generating the ideas for the debate society because your father was not the person maintaining the debate society. And had your father been,
can we just leave my dad out of this? I feel like we need to see, it feels like you're saying, your dad's
because it's your
better than my dad or something.
No, because it's your metaphoric father, and it's the metaphoric soul entering birth. I mean, at some point you have to take birth, and you're going to have a father, you're going to have a mother. So I mean, you think like your father as your source of your material, but it doesn't have to be that way. Your mother could also be, but your mother, the physically one who gives you birth, and your father's more the bearer of your stature. So that it's saying that stature, you could have been born with it, so you weren't born with it. You're saying if your last name was Harris, and everyone asked you like, Sam Harris, I'm like, yeah, that's my dad. You're saying that you could have been born with it, and your karma would have been obvious to everybody. Saying like Chomsky, yeah, no, he's my dad. Saying like, no, Noam Chomsky's not my dad. Like I read Noam Chomsky when I was in high school. I was from the smarter guys that I've heard about Noam Chomsky a few times in high school. And then I even read one of his books in high school, but like, no, he's not my dad. But he could have been my dad. And there's that conceivability in terms that you have to think about these ideas, and why did you have to learn the idea? And you had to learn the idea because it didn't exist before. And if the idea existed before, why you didn't know it? And you're saying, well, because I didn't know it. I had to become educated, and say, okay, if Noam Chomsky was my dad, it'd be a lot more question why I didn't know this stuff than just a random person who may or may not have ever been educated about Plato or something like that. If you like, whatever case is, but it's factual case of initial conditions of karma, and usually the biggest factor of karma, like the JF debate on genetics, is the body we take birth into. There's a lot more things factually into a person's karma besides the body we take birth into, but that's probably the strongest indication of our karma.
It was and always will be personality. But you need a personality diagnostician, right? So it's sort of a bit of a pickle. The person who ends up being the authority is the person who can actually speak to their previous incarnations, right? So, bit of a chicken and egg on that one. Bit of an egg on the face on that one. Yep.
Well, like the chicken and egg, the person born outside the institute that comes to lead the institute versus the person born inside the institute. And there'd be some karma where, like, of course, the person who's eventually meant to lead the institute was born outside of the institute. And statistically, you say, okay, like how many people are at the head of an institute? If it's pyramidal, that's like the elite, the 1%, that 1% of people are born inside the institute, and to assume that the 1% of the people born inside the institute would be natural to lead the institute. It was like, no, I mean, if only 1% of the people are born inside the institute, presumably who is going to come to lead the institute is going to be born outside the institute. And if you complicate it like reincarnation in saying like, no, um, I was born in a completely different bloodline that has nothing to do with the institute, but actually I have the same soul as the former leader of the institute who took birth outside of the institute, or however
Nope.
you understand these
Positive
cycles of karma.
Mendicant.
It could be any institute, any personality, so to say, that this personality matches the personality that's going to lead this archetype. Why I say the institute, this archetype. And you could say, okay, I expect that in the next generation, it'll be the son of a person who filled that archetype last generation to fill the archetype next generation. But it's like, no, how likely it is that the son of the person who fulfilled the archetype is going to fulfill the archetype in the next generation, that whoever that archetype.
Yeah, it's the problem of monarchy, right? And all the associated douchebaggery of monarchy. I mean, it's the oldest story in the book. Why am I not going to replace realm with bubble, geniuses? Because a bubble, it presupposes something. I'll just allow you to say in the chat, what does a bubble presuppose? Okay, hint. How many dimensions does it have? Let's keep going. But anyway, I'm only going to change stuff if it's metaphysically coherent. You know, we should know that by now. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
These are just esoteric processes to think about, and relate to holidays when you think about what happens after I die, or even I was talking before the Judeo concept of Ace Ritzon, like our Father, our King. This is the time, the Ace Ritzon, the time of urging in front of you, that there's some difference in time where if something happens at a given time, it has effect on all other times. So to say, the idea of a holiday where one day is going to have the effect on all the days throughout the year. And if it's futuristically, say every other day, so to say a normal day, except for this one day that projects out for the next whole year. And then after that day, you're just in one of those projections. And, so
Whoa, you lost
Hebrews
me.
say,
What do you mean you're in one of those projections?
I mean, just according to the Hebraic system, but really all religions and rituals and holidays have similar metaphysics where call it the New Year's, and then the 10th day of the year, which is the day of judgment, and saying that the 10th day of the year projects the whole rest of the year. That what happens on the 10th day is determinative of what's going to happen on the rest of the days of the year. And then once that 10th day is over, that the determination has already been made, and then you're going into the smaller part of something that's already been determined by previous action, but it's not karmatically like a special decision or meeting a personality, or some sort of legal binding decision, contract, purchase, encounter with somebody, bounded karma. You're talking about a calendrical time phenomenon where there's a certain period of time, and what happens in that time will be predicative in a determinative way for what happens the rest of the year until the next day in the calendar that's determinative for the next calendrical year. And that's basic Jewish theology, that this phenomenon exists. However, like the metaphysics of it. So if you're a Jew and you never, like you just knew the holiday and you knew kind of the legends and the theology of the Day of Judgment, and never thought of the metaphysics of what is the nature of time and what is it saying about our belief system, that we believe that there could be one day that is deterministic of all of the rest of the days in the year.
Very interesting.
Yeah, and so the Kabbalists had different ways of understanding it, and so for example, between the New Year's is a 2-day celebration, and the Day of Judgment is the 10th day of the year, and there's 7 days in between. So the sages say that the 7 days in between um, the New Year's and the Day of Judgment is contains that day of the week of every day of the last year. So it's like a person's supposed to repent and look back on the deeds of the last year and try to be a better person. So the 7 days between the New Year and the Day of Judgment, we say metaphysically that those 7 days include all of the days of the week of that day of the previous year and lead up to the ultimate day of judgment. We'll look at the past karma of the last year and then be determinative of the karma for the next year. And if you want to put it in like mathematical terms, the boundary conditions of next year's karma is set in terms of the important main directional factors that is determined on the 10th day of the year. And then the person lives out the rest of the year. There's another 300 so days left of the year to live out. But the main parts of the year were in fact determined on this one day because that's how God created the system, at least theologically, according to the Jewish religion. And these, eight rut zones, these times of opportunity, are all over Jewish theology. So just like the Day of Judgment that everyone's familiar with, the concept of special times having a bigger, impactful attempt. So if it's like a mantra, that there's a certain mantra that you could say that should affect some sort of material change in a certain way, and then there's a certain time that the mantra is more powerful. So there's just like the sound vibrational energy of the mantra itself, and then there's combined with some sort of time effect where there's an exact time that if this mantra is said, it resonates or it has some sort of larger effect on the rest of the year. And what does it mean that that special time that could affect futuristic time because this special time is more opportune for certain things, and that those certain things would be predictive and deterministic about what's going to happen in the future.
Wow, that was really well said. Thank you for taking the time to put words to this rather esoteric practice, as you said.
You want
It
to
does
ramble a
sound like
little bit?
pretty standard astrology, right? Like the attitude
Well,
I
yeah,
would say
the
most
concept,
would have on astrology.
yes, I was reading this book on the history of time, and so it's interesting. According to like philosophers, time isn't a concept of the material sciences. So like Jennifer's system that has 3 dimensions and time, that time is a hard thing to define, and time
But
is
I did
usually,
define it. People are just not happy with the definition because 3 sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 7, sometimes it's 118, and then everyone's panties are in a twist. Anyway, but I really appreciate your steadfastness, Carrie.
yes, I mean, time is usually historically seen as regular repetitions of physical phenomenon. In the Bible itself, on the third day, I think God creates the stars and the sun and the moon. Maybe it's already on the second day, in order that people should be able to know when the festivals are. That so to say, like it's been a year, and we know it's been a year because the positions in the sky have aligned, that the day has changed because the sun and moon rise and set, and the cycle repeats, and it's 24 hours, or the next day because the moon has the sun has returned, and the month if it's the new moon phenomenon, or a year where these astronomical phenomenon occur at a regular basis, and the time is defined by the recurrence of these material phenomenon. And even today, in the modern scientific sense, like the second at this point is defined by the normal oscillation periods of, I forget what element, But then if it was the speed of light at some point, and then maybe they've refined it. But you're saying that time is defined by the measurement of light, how long it takes to travel a certain distance, and but this concept of time, uh, even noting the difficulty in understanding what it is, and then the relationship to think that if time is defined by the regular recurrence of physical phenomenon, that maybe those physical phenomenon are indicative of more than just, so to say, that the time. So it's okay that it's the new moon, it's the new year, it's the 10th day of the month. Um, there's a certain astronomical alignment to these regular activities, and that these astronomical alignments would combine with some sort of cosmic mood, or if there's a cosmic consciousness, so to say, that the cosmic consciousness changes, and that the cosmic consciousness changing aligns with observable physical phenomenon. And that would be historically like the position of the sun, moon, and the stars. So there was quite a bit of logic behind that. So like a T-jump, modern scientific understanding would, if you're a materialist, it probably necessitates a dualistic understanding, and that these
Yeah, you want to go a
phenomena.
step further. So what does dualism confer? Contrast. Two things. Black, white, two ends, contrast. So that's the power, it's the root of the ground
In
of
this case,
discernment is
mind,
dualism,
body,
is contrast.
or spiritual material realm.
You don't even have to go that far. You can just make the argument that dualism is connected to contrast. You can skip the clunky hard problem that way by making
Yeah, so I'm saying
connection, I
the
suppose.
phenomenon I'm talking about, dualism, is in the Kabbalist, it's referring to the contrast between the material and spiritual realm. And classical philosophy, it's usually referring to the contrast between mind and body. In the Greek philosophy, in the Jewish spiritualism, mysticism, it's usually material and spiritual realm. And in the Greek philosophy, it's usually mind and body. In more the Western tradition of philosophy, it's more mind body. As opposed, like Judaism saying we're openly mystics and we believe in spirituality, and we just call it the spiritual and material realm. As we're in philosophy, not in saying that mysticism isn't philosophy, they'll call it the contrast between mind and body. But this concept of, because a special time, and it could be a physical phenomenon, like a ritual that's supposed to be performed at a specific time, or like a mantra being said, is a mantra being said a physical activity versus like concentrating on a certain thing, like praying to God, having some sort of concentration in the heart to God. But the effect of that isn't mediated by the material realm. That the material realm is still the same material realm, and what changed in a person's karma was not a change in the material realm, it was a change in the spiritual realm, and that change that happened in the spiritual realm will be manifested in the material realm. So if it's like good karma, that a person was destined to become wealthy, or destined to become famous, or one of these things, you're talking more about a phenomenon of mind. Person's wealth or fame is mostly dependent on the consciousness of other beings. So say, I will be famous if other people look at me as famous. I'll be successful if other people cooperate and work together on towards my benefit, and various things. So it's dependent upon the consciousness of other entities, and that consciousness of other entities could be controlled by, so to say, this force that we pray to. And if you're going to look at it like a personalistic God that we can reason and talk with, versus laws, and when we talk like the Platonics, of, I was talking yesterday, versus atheism isn't the same thing as rejecting the spiritual realm, because classically you could be an atheist and still believe in the contrast of mind-body dualism, a dualism between the spiritual and material realm. Atheistic just implies that there's no entity that has power over either. So the same way that the material realm could have arose from random processes, the spiritual realm could have arose from random processes. The same way that the material realm always existed, the spiritual realm could have also always existed without a deity who has any control over it. And the same way that the material realm um, operates from, let's say, deterministic laws, that the spiritual realm and the interaction between the material and spiritual realms could also interact according to deterministic laws. So let's say, like, I prayed to the God of the Jews, Jehovah, who exists and rules over both the spiritual and material realm, and the God who is outside of both the spiritual and material realm could answer my prayers and rule over those realms in a way that changes my karma, because those realms are, so to say, ruled, um, as opposed to a Platonic monistic way where you're looking like, okay, there's such a thing as mathematics and logic, and mathematics and logic is what rules over the spiritual realm, the realm of mind, and mathematics also is what rules over the material realm, because the material realm is just a projection of mathematics. So, like, even any form of topology, but just Cartesian uh, algebra, where any three-dimensional shape is just a projection of an algebraic equation or some sort of equation, and all shapes could be reduced to an equation that predicts their shape or controls their shape. And they're saying, well, is there actually a material realm? We said, well, yes, of course. Is there actually
No,
this,
what's the connection? Is there a separation between the material and the super material, if you want to call it that?
then you could even say, you could be an atheist, like, and say, yes, there is a day of judgment, um, but there's no God who created it and that rules over and that you could pray to and change the judgment. It's just determinatively karma, that there always was a material and spiritual realm, however it came to be. And there's one special day a year where there's a collective accounting and adding up of the karma of the last year and a clearing of the ledger and a determinative karma for the next year. And the system astrologically was designed that way, that happens regularly when the planets align in a certain way. And so the classical, you could have been an astrologer who was an atheist and just said that really an atheist in that extent is just a determinist who doesn't think that there's any deity outside of the determinative forces of the spiritual and material realm that could change the determinative forecast, as opposed to someone who thought that there was some entity that I could pray to that would have power to change the determinative laws of the spiritual or material realm, to where nowadays you have such widespread rejection of the spiritual realm that just projecting the spiritual realm um, makes you not an atheist, when classically that's not the case. And as I said, if you're a believer perspective who has a dualistic system, you could look at logic or mathematics as the deity of the people. You accept some sort of authority, some sort of truth, some sort of higher power, that or reason or whatever, and then say, whatever that is that you accept as your higher power, I'm just going to consider that your deity.
Yeah, it's the ideology, idolatry, non-distinction. Everybody worships the supreme ideal, even if it's a secular construct. And excuse me, lemma, atheism's cringe, because there's a real, like, a lack of acknowledgement to something fundamental, and that non-acknowledgement makes it moving forward impossible. Like, I don't know how many times I tried to explain the sphere thing on the server yesterday. Like, a sphere animates what we observe. We can't see any real sphere. We can't see any perfect spheres here, but they still control this realm in that, given, quote, all things the same, right? Things will tend towards a spherical shape generally. There will be deviations in proportion to how much force, quote unquote. I call it an action potential. The deformation relative to sphere actually represents some information as a deformation potential. Now, this idea to me is like, how can you not see things this way? How can you not think in terms of first principles? Because that's how I've always thought. That's how I'm like such a skeptic in the ways most people aren't normally skeptical, is that I just like, I don't believe that or that or that or that or that, because there's no central whole to unify any of it. But this way does unify it. So I would hope people would see this as an improvement on Platonism, because I don't really know how much Platonism went into the sphere stuff. They seem to be more obsessed with polygons, and they seem to look at it through a right angles thing, which, can you see how that's the same information as the measurement limit? Like if they say, well, everything has, I don't know that they said 3 + 1 right angles, but
Well, I showed you that it was the
theoretically take a
sphere.
form like that if they knew as much as me, which they obviously didn't. But
I showed the graphics last week and saying that it was in fact the sphere, that the Platonic solids were all special shapes that could be inscribed in a sphere. So the connection between a sphere is one of the rules of a Platonic solid that has to be inscribable inside of a sphere. And so I was just sharing the link we've showed in the past. I still have these books. I'm going to try to look more in depth into it.
right,
really
but putting a hard surface automatically sort of screws up the whole sampling thing, right?
a thing
Flat surfaces don't exist either, right?
of Riemann's sphere. So mathematically, and it's like the topography article Jennifer shared, that the Riemann sphere in mathematical notations is a method where any given three-dimensional shape could be written as an equation of a projection of a sphere. And so it's kind of like a transform, like a Fourier transform, where you could mathematically transform any equation into a projection of the Riemann sphere. And it's like a conformal mapping, where usually it's done for computational purposes. So in mathematics, you would use Riemann sphere is more like a philosophical thing than a practical form of conformal mapping that's usually used by engineers, but that you would, so to say, map your equation to the unit sphere and then do certain permutations, because it would be computable in that form, and then transform it back into normal three-dimensional shape. But just that, that now in theoretical, there's mathematical operators, conformal mappings, that in theory, like, yes, any three-dimensional object, and any even more than three-dimension, any object could be mapped from an equation of a circle. And that in the understanding of Plato, however you want to like look at the ancients and what the ancients knew, if they knew less than us, if they knew more than us, that the direction from modern Riemann spheres and conformal mapping and projections, topography, to the ancients is quite clear, and it was always the sphere that it was Plato and the earth, wind, fire, and water as looking of them being this permutations of shapes that are inscribed in sort of a sphere that give them their quality in some sort of like atomistic micro substance building up, or even if it's one monistic substance like the sphere that is the source behind all the Platonic solids. So theologically, what it means to say, if you're a monist and you're saying the fundamental monad unit is the sphere, and that the sphere, when it turns into the material realm, morphs into 4 different shapes, or 5 different shapes, the Platonic solids, and from there to the forms that we interact with, being earth, air, fire, and water, that at a modern day, maybe saying we don't need to have those descriptive explanations. We could go with purely equations, and saying that any object capable of our understanding, that we could map it to units on a sphere, and then and saying, well, what is this concept of our mind or understanding of the material realm, and it could be reduced to a sphere and a projection from a sphere.
That would
And
be the Advaita equivalent, the smoking weed type, all we was one type thing, sphere. The trivial solution, the tautological solution.
But I mean, say if you're a believer,
that,
as opposed
yeah.
to explaining the whole process. So saying that you have Descartes and the equations, that you could be playing your mind like, oh, it's all a sphere. And you're saying like that Plato in the ancient times, and they knew a lot of like geometry, and they knew quite a bit, as opposed to now, where you might expect, like, no, I want hard facts, I want equations, I want diagrams, I want experiments, and you're saying like, no, like we know how to do it. Like, here's a hologram, and here's our sphere, and here's our projection, and to even to possible larger theories on consciousness, or like we saying that if mind and matter are different things, then you have the interaction problem. That like, I am not me, I'm not my body. Then how is the I that is not this body control this body and interact with it, or specifically interact with this given body? And you say, well, that's how it works. I don't know. These are too complicated for us to understand.
Well, I've got the metaphor of your dreams with the iceberg, because the question is like, what's the fundamental nature of reality? Well, in this metaphor, it's water. Everything in that like, do you know the one I'm talking about, the orange one? Everything in that metaphor is technically water. It's just different phases of it, right?
Well, I'm saying water is just one of
it's not meant to be an overcomplicated. It's not meant to be like the metaphor doesn't scale, right? It's just water here. Like, that's all.
Water is just a permutation of the sphere.
Well, of course, that's true too. But the point of the metaphor is to illustrate what the relation is between the material and the ideal. And the ideal is the last harmonic of the material. I'm sorry, I got that backwards. The material's the last harmonic of the ideal. Excuse me, I've tried to do too many things at once here. The metaphor to explain that fact is that diagram. Do you know the one I mean? I didn't hear a yes or no there. It's okay if it's no.
Yeah.
I haven't.
It's not the one
you know the one.
Yeah.
It's not the one I have up. That's correct. The argument I was making with, or was going to make with the one I had up, was that if people let go of this intuitive low cardinality parameterization, you can't do stuff like natural medicine, which people can look up of like humorism, or Ayurvedic medicine, which is still operating today. That uses low cardinality chunkers, quote unquote, and whether ether is real or not, the construct of ether within the medical system of Ayurveda functions scientifically, i.e. you can use it to cure yourself to some extent, and more importantly, to make sure you don't get sick in the first place. So if that kind of stuff's important to you, that's not something I can persuade people to logically. They just have to see it and be like, oh yeah, I want that too. It's like, cool. So the question is like, out of this diagram, what's water? Well, everything is water. Even the sky's water. Even the stuff, above the light, if there is such a thing. The only reason we see anything rendered in the sky as regards an atmosphere is because of water. Like, silly me thinking that was self-evident with the moon binding the atmosphere, but technically everything in this picture, before I started screwing with it, is actually water, but we can see water has many different phases, right? So this isn't about the elemental structure of the waters. We're just saying water as in the thing that has the property of wetness. So if we got down to H2O molecule, that wouldn't actually be water anymore. That would be the irreducible complex, like, quote, quantum of water, right? So let's not do that, because that's not the point of it. Because like you can see how these metaphors get way too complicated way quickly. So the relation is the photonic appears to be different to the massive, and the massive appears to comprise most of it, but in reality the photonic comprises all of it. And so what it is the iceberg. Like, where we exist is the iceberg. We exist in the iceberg as beings that embody like both ends of the iceberg, which is what makes it hard to disentangle, because the iceberg has no real boundary other than, oh, well, you could say it's like where it goes from being above the water to below it. But even that, like, what's the real significance of that if the monad is everywhere outside and actually going through the, because the monad transcends the information in the monad transcends the photobassive realm, which is where we exist, which is the iceberg. So it's like, this is a very complicated metaphor, but this is an accurate metaphor for how things work, and the ultimate nature of everything in reality being essentially water, but the water having different phases and appearing to be different things and operating on a principle where you could say dualism. You can say, yeah, there's dualism, but because that's a model that's almost correct, where you're saying, okay, it's actually different because all I can recognize is a contrast, therefore I'm going to put on a contrast even though it's actually just two ends of a spectrum. Does that make sense? There's actually no polygons in it whatsoever. That's why it's a bit confusing. Like, the only shape you wanted to think about is the sphere, because these polygons aren't real in the same sense that the sphere is. Go ahead, Doooovid.
You see my screen share?
Study polygons till the cows come home, but go ahead.
You see my screen share?
I'm sorry, I just have to put you full screen, but I will. It'll take me like a couple seconds, but go ahead. Oh, okay, I didn't see you were not shared there. Okay.
Yes, I mean, this is the classical, this diagram just has the earth, fire, water, and earth and ether to the Platonic solids. But saying that, yeah, really, according to the Platonic solids really are all just the same sphere. And, so you see earth is the square, and earth is the square because it's the most close to the sphere. I mean, it's the most different from the sphere, and it's therefore the most rigid, the most solid, because it's the furthest distorted from the sphere of the solids, as opposed to water, which is the isohedron with 20 faces, and that is the closest to the sphere. So water is the easiest flowing, adaptive, because it's closest to the sphere.
Yeah.
And air,
think of it as steps away from a sphere, foldings away from a sphere.
So it has the ether. Usually, I mean, there's sometimes different delineations. You have to look up Plato's Timaeus, and whether you want to take this form seriously. And even in the Vedas, you mean in the Kabbalah, this division of air, fire, earth, and water as the main elements, but that they're really all just the sphere. And the ether, if it's the dodecahedron, but water as the isohedron being closest to the sphere, and then earth being furthest away from the sphere, which is the cube. First, here you have fire as the tetrahedron, air as the octahedron, and but yeah, in essence, they're all the sphere. And you can see
this is just intentionally opaque, don't you think?
Well, I would just explain the ancient Greek system, and I'm not necessarily judging it. I'm just trying to you present it.
I thought
as
the whole
is.
point of Week in Review was judgment. I mean, how many times did you hammer that point home? So it's no longer judgment.
Well, I never thought judgment, analysis, not judgment.
Okay.
No, I mean, I wasn't saying that judgment at all. Analysis, but just a factual analysis. Like, I'm not putting Plato before Jennifer for Jennifer to judge Plato. We analyze it, but saying, like, yeah, the essential understanding of the ancients was that that the Platonic forms are all permutations of the sphere, and that water is the closest to the sphere and earth is the furthest to the sphere, but there's still I guess you would call it harmonic, that the cube is the last harmonic of the sphere. If you're going to go from 20-sided to 10-sided to 8-sided to or to the given points, that I guess the octahedron also has 6 points if the sphere has 8, so maybe it isn't the lowest harmonic. So you have to think about. We'll get more into analysis on the Platonic solid, but say yes, the concept that the sphere is the monad persists from the ancient times till today. Even modern mathematics, is said with like the Riemann sphere and conformal mapping, that it is essentially today the sphere, according to a monistic mathematics system, as from the ancients of the earliest systems that we know of earth, air, wind, earth, air, fire, and water, that are also permutations of the sphere. So just a point worth noting. And you're dualistic. You're saying that the God of the Jews, Hashem, is not a sphere. So according to a lot of Kabbalistics, is like, no, the sphere is an element possibly of the spiritual realm, but like God is not mathematics. God is the force behind mathematics, and then mathematics is a force that operates at a higher level between, so to say, us and in between us and God. That between us and God is mathematics, but God is beyond mathematics. And then from a spiritual understanding, to say that the God that we pray to is a deity. I'm not an atheist, that the God that I pray to is not mathematics. The God that I pray to is beyond mathematics. And so to say the God that I pray to is not bound by mathematics. So even if
Did your God write the laws of mathematics, I think is a question.
We have saying that mathematics is a interactive force, that like a higher controlling factor of the material and spiritual realms, and mathematics is a common element between the spiritual and material realms. But I say God is not the spiritual realm. That's God is the controller of the spiritual and the material realm, and mathematics is a combinative deterministic factor in both the spiritual and material realm. But then there's a deity separate, and then multiple truth hypothesis. You could see mathematics as a deity in the sense that there's a realm of mind and there's a realm of material, and mathematics rules over both of those realms. And how you're going to understand what's the source of that power of mathematics or logic to rule in either a spiritual or material realm, the realm of mind, or in the realm of matter. And then if you're a deist as opposed to an atheist, who is this deity that we submit ourselves to, that has even authority higher than mathematics, when we know that mathematics has ruling power over both mind and matter?
I don't think I said math rules over matter. I think that's a kind of a dangerous belief, don't you?
Well, I think math
That's
rules
like
over
what
matter. I mean,
like
isn't by definition the rules of math? Math rules over matter. We're saying like math; those are rules, and the rules of matter, and the rules over matter are math. So I mean,
this
math
seems
rules
like
over
what
matter, but
Ravana would have thought. It seems like
definitionally,
something Ravana would have thought. Oh, I have the formula for everything. I'm the best. I know everything.
no, because atheism
Yet he was
is that
still
there's a
slaughtered
power.
by
There's a
God.
power even higher than math.
Right. So I think that when the people do equate math and God, that's actually kind of a dangerous belief, because then if you think you've cracked the code, it would be hard to deconvince somebody. It would be like a fanatic.
Well, as a
Guaranteed fanatic, basically, if you believed that math was God and that you had the like God equation type of deal.
well, as a argument in my theological system, and one of the reasons why atheism is somewhat related to the transcendental argument, that you need some sort of rules. You need a ruler, and if you're going to say you need rules, rulers imply a ruler, and you can't have rulers. You can't have rules without a ruler. And so
That's
if you're an
true.
atheist, according to the science, you're making an appeal to rules, the rules of science. So I say, who gave your rules power? You're saying, well, my rules, no one gave them power. They just have power because they're true. But you're saying, yes, these are rules, meaning that they're the ruler, that the realm, like T-Jump said, it's a horse print, not a unicorn print, because the material realm is ruled by these rules. And that if we're looking at a phenomenon in the material realm, we should say that it is within the stewardship, the power, the governorship of these rules. And so he's just skirting the question, well, who gave those rules power? And said, well, I don't have to answer it. That's like the transcendental argument against atheism, is that you need some sort of basis to stand upon to have any understanding at all, and then once you make that, that's your God.
I called it a metaphysical absolute, and I think some people weren't crazy about that, but that appears to be what it is. And I think that's why people call me an atheist, is that rather than argue for God, which, there's so much argument as to what that even means, I'll just argue for a metaphysical absolute, and then people will say that my position is atheistic. And I suppose a certain definition, I could see their point.
What is, because that the classical definition
I
of
worship the
atheism
universe, though. So
is saying
to
that
me, it's like if you're worshiping, you're not really an atheist, right?
Well, I mean, according to the modern definition, according to the classical definition, you're an atheist not because you don't worship anything.
I might be a
Modern day,
materialist.
you're an atheist
ironically.
because you don't believe that there's a deity that has power over these rules.
Well, I do. It's just
No,
impersonal.
you're saying that there's a deity and the universe is that deity, and the universe includes those rules, and not having power over those rules. So saying there's a deity separate from those rules who have power over those rules, and in theory could change rules
Right.
that are immutable and part of the God that we worship. And so, whether pantheism, there's a meaningful distinction of atheists that they're. Then you question from a pantheist argument against the atheist. But from a theist perspective, you could put atheism and pantheism together because you're both rejecting the same thing that the deist accepts, that there's a separate power that has power over all of these rules. So both the atheist and the pantheist reject that. You're saying the universe is God, as opposed to there being an impersonal or separate God that is not the universe and has power and control over the universe, and in theory could make new rules that are different than the rules that we're currently under, or could so to say the power of prayer, that you could pray to this God and karma could change, even formulaic. This is the karma, because the God who created karma is not bound by karma. And in Hinduism, there's terminology also to say that the question like God is not karma. So if you're a pantheist, you're basically saying God is karma, as opposed to
No,
a
I'm
deist in
saying
Hinduism.
causality is an attribute of the universe, and causality is not the universe. So I'm completely metaphysically. Don't even try.
So we look at the terminology. I was saying classically in Hinduism that there's also arguments among the people about the question of the boundaries of these schools of understanding. I was saying, okay, so you have a debate with atheists, and so just if you look at the logical possibilities that is saying whether there's just a material realm, and then what governs the material realm, if there's a material and a spiritual realm, and it's possible that there's a different governing factor of the material and spiritual realm, or like mathematics.
Yeah, obviously.
Or that there would be a material
the
and a
realm.
spiritual realm, and that the same governing factor of both realms, like mathematics, say that mathematics is in logic.
Some effects transcend both realms, and some are stronger. And
well, I mean, you're giving a system, and I'm just saying of the extremes of the possibilities, like a multiple truth. Like you have a system, and it was like, yay, my system's the best, but it's saying that the extreme borders of the systems of empiricism, there's only one realm, there's multiple, there are two realms, contrasting realms, or multiple realms, or what the nature of these two realms, the governing factor of these two realms. And Jennifer's nature say, okay, this is my system, and this is the best, yay, verse. I'm just saying the theoretical expansion that includes all possible systems within the boundaries of what needs to be defined. And so, like, of course, you're going to have atheists, and you're going to have theists, and you're going to have agnostics and pantheists, because those are just expressions of understanding basic axioms where there's large amounts of empirical uncertainty, and that make relatively stable predictions that have been around for generations in all traditions. That almost all traditions have schools that you could relatively be classified into these systems, and these systems are really dealing with the fundamental question of dualism. It is what is the mind, what is matter, what are the governing rules, over mind and matter, and can you devise a unified system that has the same governing rules of mind and matter? And then if you're saying a theist, it doesn't matter what rules you devise because there's a deity that exists outside of these rules and that you could pray to and communicate and could break those rules even if you can figure them out. And so that's the atheistic perspective, saying that Jennifer is saying the rules are absolute, um, as opposed to saying like, no, there's a deity outside the rules.
Being a master of the rules is computationally, perceptually equivalent to being able to bend the rules. That, or help clear any of it up.
No, I'm saying that the deity, not me, not you, not anything, is that we're talking about a deity that's outside of the system. So if you're saying you are that deity, that you're the one who could bend these rules, you're saying like, no,
I didn't say that. I put a logical proposition before you for your humble evaluation.
Yes, I'm just talking about the mainstream classical schools that you really are still existent in basically all modern movements. You will have wings of these schools because these schools are really just the logical conclusions of empirical possibilities.
Just to be clear, guys, this only works if we all call them booblés. If we start calling anything a booblé, then the word booblé stops meaning anything. That's going to make me ultra sad. And Bubblegum seems to be fanboying pretty hard for the Doov here. He said you, what, BTFO'd Tej? I don't know what that means.
Well, I'm more talking, I'm not even, I mean, maybe his arguments or his school, his system, or just the framing. So when you separate, okay, the personality of someone who's going to be the archetype of this philosophy. And just like in the ancient times, there were people who speculated that the material realm was all there is. In the modern time, there's people who speculate that the material realm is all there is, just like within Judaism or Hinduism, or most of the schools. There were people within those schools who speculated that the material realm is all there is. So too in modern times, and so that's more analysis than judgment, and that's. You start thinking in multiple truth hypothesis terms and saying it's not like, oh, like Jennifer, like here's my system and it's the best. You're saying like, no, that no system is going to answer all questions, and therefore you just look at the axioms of the various systems and try to determine some sort of truth value of that system. And then the best you could say in certain scenarios, one system gives better predictions, and other scenarios another system might give better predictions. And that's really the best we could do with the current state of empiricism, is such a multiple truth hypothesis.
I watched a Chopra and Dawkins debate from 2013. So that's, in a couple of years it'll be a decade. So what does that mean exactly? It's the exact same arguments, the same rehashed crap. Now, so it's like, we don't know, we're going to figure it out, science is going to tell us. That sounds like the droning on of a brain dead cult leader. Science is going to tell us the answer. We don't, 2 more weeks. That was 2013. And there's been no progression in the arguments. And one of the quotes from the show that I watched, I don't have the link for it right now, I'm sorry, but it's from 2013, and it's a debate between Chopra and Dawkins. Dawkins just looked constipated and pissed the entire time, but he's like, you don't have a monopoly on consciousness. It's having it sounds like a cranky child having a fit. Like if somebody would say that in public and mean it. And he did mean it. And he's like, he sounded just like T-Jump. And I told T-Jump that I was like, Dawkins is trying to set the terms for which Chopra says stuff that he, believes in, that it really seems like Dawkins does not believe that anything Chopra has to say is true or reasonable or valid or whatever.
Yeah, when I was mentioning last week about the debunking that people.
You can't debunk Platonism. Like get a grip. You cannot debunk Platonism, which is essentially what this is. Only obviously way better.
You
But
could play to your base, and your base wants to
good.
see you debunk the other side. So, I mean, most contemporary debates, people are largely playing to their base, and their base wants to see the other side debunked. They don't actually want to see, a true debate. So people play to their base and try to make it look like to their base they debunk the other side when in reality that's not what happened.
And throwing someone under the bus to make myself look cool.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that you build yourself up by saying, look at this other person, look how superior you are to them, which debate has nothing to do with personalities, and one personality, I mean, it can, but in the debate, higher quality is about ideas. It's not about one personality persevering over the other. It's about further level.
People remember personalities, though. Like, we have a certain compression scheme in our minds, and personalities right at the top.
Well, I'm saying it's the Greeks, and saying that's you're saying that's the lower level of nature, and you're seeing the harmonic ethos, pathos, logos, ethos, pathos, and your personality is ethos or pathos, and most people aren't gonna, like,
no
95
personalities, all logos, because it's all brought about by the laws of physics. Sorry, I mean,
you have your own take on these factors, but some in the classical sense that you want to rise above personality to the realm of ideas, and you could have a system.
But the highest idea is personality. That's what the Gita is about.
Possibly. I mean, you're saying that the monad.
I can prove it to you right now. What do we reincarnate with? Personality. Ergo, it's the easiest thing to remember because it is remembered across verse. Boom. QED.
Yeah. So I mean, in a Hindu sense, you're saying there's the supreme personality of Godhead, that the monad is the personality. If it's the classical Hindu system of Shankaracharya and Brahma, or if you're going to say Krishna is the original monad, that
I don't think I'm going to say that.
But it is a largely still a monistic system, and you're saying that the monad is a personality, as opposed to saying like like a Platonic forms.
I never said it was a personality.
You say the monad is a sphere.
I was talking about us being entities that remember personalities more than anything else. Nothing about the monad or the sphere, even though it's all indirectly connected, right? But it's not about spheres, it's about us. We're a particular type of sphere.
Personality derives from the sphere. The sphere doesn't derive from the personality.
But now it's like, why are you saying that? Okay, yeah, I know you can't just tactically state
you're say that the sphere actually derives from the personality.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that there's definitely a map from sphere to personality. I have no doubt about it. I don't know what it is, but there's definitely a map.
We're saying that could be the case also, but it's saying according to some interpretation of Hinduism or various theological systems, like, no, the personality is the origin of the sphere.
Well, if you want to say that, that's your basic. Well, I think that's what you call dualism. If you're comfortable with that equivocation of personality with a deity,
if you look at
presuppose
the deity created the sphere, and the sphere is the monad that both the material and spiritual realm arises from. But the deity is the force behind the sphere, and the deity is not bound by the spheres, where everything the material in spiritual realm is bound by the sphere, that the deity
I call this generalized anthropomorphism. Yep. I don't know if you like that title.
Well, because you're still not beyond you're not into the realm of ideas. So you're saying, okay, I'm not my body, and even though it's me speaking these words, that the ideas is disconnected from personality, because the ideas are separate. Like you don't need a me for these ideas to exist. You have me talking about these ideas, but these ideas are not dependent on me. So I speak about
Well,
these
there is
ideas
no
separate
me in
from
that
myself
sense.
because
There is no
me
me in that
the
sense.
ideas are not dependent on the me that's talking about them.
The ideas are part of the monad. So they're
Yeah. So even if I didn't exist, these ideas and these realms would exist. So the fact that I'm the one talking about them is a karmatic effect.
I is a shorthand for this body.
Yes, so it's saying that the deity is, if you understand that the sphere as the monad that governs both the
Remember, the
material and
sphere is
spiritual
not the
realms.
monad. The sphere is a metaphor for the generant of the monad. Just to be clear.
I mean,
But
you
it's
keep on
an
giving your
accurate metaphor.
explanation of your system. So that's what I'm saying. I'm giving
Plato's not reincarnated to argue with me, sadly, but anybody else of who wants to take a crack at the champ is more than welcome.
Okay, did you want to ramble? Maybe said everything I had. Maybe we don't have. You want to ramble? I guess maybe take some medicine, or maybe we just do a
take some medicine, and then we can keep going if you want to keep talking about Platonism, or we can wrap up for now. It's totally up to you. But I mean, I could still keep going, probably for a while, but it's totally up to you.
I'll let you ramble, and as we're going well, maybe we'll keep talking, or we don't have to go. We could just do a shorter show this week, maybe better.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to come on, just let me know and I can send you the link. But I'm not going to put it in the chat because what happened last time, that wasn't fun. Okay, so is this real? It's like, this is real. Yeah, this is when people say stuff's real, this is real. People are going to be, chodes about stuff. But no one reasonable is going to disagree that this is real if we're accepting, other stuff is real. We've got these problems of people saying that Cogito or Gosum is real. Qualia are real. Okay. That sounds like, again, like a spooky, scary skeleton type occult, weird, creepy kind of weird belief. Definitely not natural. Okay, so now it looks like my chat comments are not loading. Okay, I just gotta check there. Great. Okay, so Purifying Flame, what is reincarnation? That's like the first video I ever did with Doooovid was on reincarnation, so just watch that. I've explained that like infinity times. So this is the entity that reincarnates. So maybe this just little ramble thing here will clear up the reincarnation stuff, because I don't really know to what extent those fact bombs are relatable. But some type of entangled light thing, which I'm calling a waveform, and which for a little while has been called a wave function. Anyway, that's real, if anything's real. Let's just put the whole what's real absolutely question to the side, because again, what's the metaphor for that? It's the thermometer. So if you have a agreeing on the fact that 30 is hotter than 25 and agreeing about what temperature means, absolutely not the same thing at all. Remember, Boltzmann was bullied to suicide. I mean, the guy had problems, clearly, but it's, that's because of cognitive dissonance and people in a feral manner not being able to control their disgusting reactions to revelation of deeper truth. And I cannot imagine what would have been so upsetting about Boltzmann's ideas. Like probably one of those you had to be there things. But yeah, he got this array here, which, yeah, that's the real thing. So when we go into the mind to say like, okay, well, what do we actually experience? Okay, great, my thing's frozen. Just perfect timing. Is Doooovid back or is just wandering? Doooovid? Well, okay. I was just wondering. This is what is, you could say, on the maybe on the boundary between subconscious and conscious. Because it definitely feels like there's a person that there's an entity that the stuff's happening to, which is the simulation that this thing is generating. So this generates this. There we go. And then these are things that just seek to be amplified all the time. Amplify, 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 seeking a more I'm not sure, a higher entropy state in some sense, but a more completed or less dissonant state. A more consonant state, and problems start when there's any kind of an interruption to the continuity of these simulations that doesn't get smoothed over. Tension release exercise style. You could see the way animals do it when they encounter a situation of a danger. So that was the sort of that was the point, was that this disproves cogito ergo sum. Because anything you think you know isn't as real as the fact that you're generated by a light crystal or a time crystal or whatever people want to call it. Remember, a light crystal and a time crystal, why is that the same thing? Because time, light, and distance, those are all interdependent things. So does it make more sense to call it a light crystal or time crystal? Like, to me, time crystal is somewhat confusing, but we'll see. Stay tuned. The point is that nothing you think has any bearing on, cannot be inferred to have a direct bearing on external reality because of something called a Fourier transform, which could be understood as a good metaphor for the signal processing that takes place, or one step of the signal processing that takes place as various sensory experiences are had by the conscious, what we call the quote, our consciousness. So what's characteristic of a Fourier transform? It's very changes the signal a lot. And how many times does that happen? A bunch. I don't know how many. A lot, though. A huge amount. So your first assumption would be that what we experience consciously would be nothing at all like external reality, because it's scrambled by infinity Fourier transforms. But the measurement limit comes in at the last second and sort of saves us from that inevitability, because it imposes a limit on independent information. So that information that comes in, that gets chopped up, chunked, or recombined to something semi-coherent, the laws of the universe operate in the same manner to the transform signal and to the original signal, if you can call it a signal. And this is why I'm so hesitant with these god-awful, they're such complex metaphors. They're bordering on stories with this, trying to beg the question of God through my complexity of DNA, through my presuppositions about signal transforms. It's really niche stuff. Like, this is not something that the average physicist would be down to endorse. So, yeah, just keep it simple. Fourier transform implies that there's no connection between the matter of thoughts and the matter of the universe, in terms of like logic. If logic's going to mean what people seem to want it to mean, it can't just be purely subjective concept or a pure subjectivization. There's got to be something absolutely true that grounds it, something intersubjectively true. Because remember, maybe objective doesn't really exist. Which is why I came up with this other diagram that reminds me. I think I showed it for a little bit at the beginning, so I'm going to really just go back to it at the beginning. Oopsie. Oh, well, wouldn't you know it, my encoder's overloaded. Turn these off. Seems like maybe some people in the chat are interested in this high birth, low birth thing. That's Doovid's thing. I'm not a big fan of that way of looking at things. So there we go. Oh, and this is another thing that I didn't really get into that's semi-Platonic, but it is so hard to get your head around this thing. So you have to start with the figure 8 knot, a fairly simple knot. And then it gets inverted somehow through a process that I don't really understand, but it seems to be the entire knot, but seen from the perspective of the inside, maybe. And now I don't actually have the original knot available. I'll try to pull it up here if I can. I think I just grab it on Wiki. Here we go. Whew. This is the main difference. This is the thing that makes it so that Thad's thing works. Hyperbolic versus Euclidean geometry. I guess this has a perfect representation. So I can hopefully find this quickly. Never a good idea to be looking things up on the fly, though, but apparently Doovid is just gonna babysit that joint forever and just leave me out here. I hate dead air so much, but I just honestly don't know what to say. There is Doovid, you come back yet? I'm dying out here, man. Oh, okay, yeah, that's cool. My hyperbolic figure 8 stuff that scarcely makes sense to myself isn't going to make sense to anybody if I can't actually put the originating knot, which obviously the correct term is a complement. There we go. And it's not an I, it's an E. And it's this sense of set theory that a thing and its complement together spans. Theoretically, it's the universe, but there are issues with even that level of logic. So if you think about, does A and not A or not A equals the universe type thing? Does A and not A together span the universe? That there's a bit of a problem in there, because if both of those sets have a boundary, you're imposing two boundaries in the universe that didn't exist before, which aren't really well defined. So those types of proofs work as long as you understand that your boundaries are completely synthetic. So here's your original simple third least complex knot. So I think the way to picture is like pretty much turned inside out, for lack of a better term. So this thing is not the entire thing, because the entire thing, the external part of it, you have to imagine a line that goes from top to bottom and then rotating that thing around that line to cover it up. So if you saw this thing normally, you wouldn't see the inside of it. This is it cut in half to see the inner chamber of the hyperbolic figure 8. Not complement. Gotta find a short form for that. But I think this is the basic heart machine in an even tighter way than my original 4 spheres permuting through a larger sphere. This may even be a better model for that than original, but yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. So Dr. Seuss looking knot. I don't know if people can tell at the top left what this diagram is, Doovid. Can you see the diagram I'm referring to? I got back to talking about bad stuff.
You sent me these during the week. It's funny that because I saw after that Israeli on Kurt Mongol and the topography, and he was mentioning knots, and like I thought he was gonna like pull out like a helium tank and balloons, and start making like balloon toys, but he was mentioning the knot as an equation, And saying so the hyperbola is, geometrically you have what it is and what it represents in three-dimensional space, but at the same time it's just an equation. The equation predicts this, and you could have one equation that predicts all possible hyperbolas, and then or all possible knots even, and then and then an equation of a given knot within the bound by restricting its boundary condition of reality. The graphical or the algebraic representation of what's happening, and they're saying they both are indicative of reality, but different aspects of reality. And then you're saying if these different things are both indicative of reality, then what is ultimate reality? If it's maybe it's more than what just what both of these things are indicative of.
Well, maybe the ultimate reality depends on like what the question is. Not to be like ultra trolly, but what if that's the case? Does that maybe make some conflict stuff a little easier?
But it's the empirical question.
What appeared to be the case?
Who is the I that's asking this question to understand, and who is the you? Who
I
are
was
these
just talking
units
about that actually. That
that are
the I doesn't
communicating?
exist in that sense. That the I is a simulation of the true entity, which is the light waveform. The onion
You know,
tree.
I mean,
Yeah.
like a panpsychism, if you look at it from just the metaphysics of the idea. So the idea is true, and through learning the idea, some from this idea that's true that permeates all of reality, and then there's the separate entity I and Jennifer, whoever's watching this, that forms their own perception of the external world. But you say that there's
Everything is generated by the light waveform, and we have various levels of what's generated by the light waveform, and we'll get to a clearer picture of all those levels by acknowledging our fundamental nature as a light waveform. And that's a twisted up sphere.
Philosophically, you're saying the truth is out there, and then when a person becomes in tune to truth, not because they learned truth or came up with truth, but because like cognitive dissonance is when a person's out of tune with truth, and just some by so to say letting the truth enter you, letting the truth be you, like the Kabbalist, the not even the Kabbalist, the ethics of the fathers say, make your will God's will, so that God will make other people's will your will, nullify your will before God's will, and God will nullify other people's will before your will, and other such classical metaphysical statements as you're looking at karma operating according to these same mathematical laws. So of the calculus, not necessarily of but of the calculus specifically, and in terms of like the totality of deed and a boundary, an incremental accounting of infinite possibilities, uh, rates of change, these various factors. That's how karma works, and it's based on past action. And so at any given moment, that a person's karma is relatively deterministic. That if you put together the totality of the equation of all the past factors, of all the aspects of the person's past karma, and then the collective karma, how that person's karma is connected to the collective karma of their society, their family, their neighborhood, their city, the whole world, the nation, at any various levels of all of these karmas playing into each other, that it's basically a determinative process. Then it's like Ben Watkins, but it could have done something different. So in any given situation, like a measurement limit or the Heisenberg uncertainty principle for velocity and position, that you can't know the velocity and position at the same time, that karma, if you knew all of the past spiritual factors that led up to the person's moment, you could predict what was going to happen, at least in the direction of karma. But to connect it to a person saying, I'm this person in this body, in this place, in time, in the material world at this specific point, that's like my position, like the position of an electron around the nucleus, like the position of a given soul around the
No, you're in
earth.
a superposition state. The more complex the system, the more complex the superposition state. It's not one state. The one state that you're in is a superposition of a whole bunch of substates, which are called the generant microstates, right? So a person's complexity is a function of their generant microstate basis. How many distinguished, truly distinguished thought eigenstates do you have, etc.?
Well, I'm trying to express, because I agree with what you're saying, and hopefully you're complimenting what I'm saying, is that
Oh, absolutely. I love what you're saying. Can you
there
see
is,
what I'm displaying on the screen, by the way?
yeah.
Do you think it looks
I mean,
like an apple?
Well, I mean, if it's like a Fibonacci type structure, it could be a heart, could be an apple, could be any.
It's both.
I mean, it's a sphere, so I'm saying anything could be a sphere. So you can see how this is the
Inversion of a
sphere,
four-dimensional sphere.
and anything you could see as being a sphere. So I can say, yes, I can see how this object is everything.
It's
But
an
yeah, I mean,
inversion.
very, very specifically, like an apple, it looks like, even without like a like transferring it back to the sphere, so you could transfer it to anything. That it obviously looks like an apple because the apple has like a pit that goes from top to bottom. That like any fruit really, or vegetable that has a pit and a stub that goes through it, and or like the heart, like you said, the four-chamber heart that. You could see the forming of the force of the structure of the four chambers from this hyperbolic permutation of a sphere.
This is the four-dimensional analog of F2's complement. S2, excuse me. Do you know what S2 is? It's a very important construct. It's like a bubble. S2 is just the casing of a sphere.
Yes, I saw that.
You're familiar with S2?
I'm not an expert. I mean, I saw that the Israeli on theories of everything, and Eric Weinstein was talking that Eric Weinstein understands this stuff very well. But I've never mentioned it on one of my streams. I've read about it quite a few times, but I still got to look more into that.
Yeah, it's not complicated, Doovid. It's a literal bubble. That's all it is.
Well, I'm saying just the of the demarcation system, like S2. And
that's what they taught me in school. It's not like a bait and switch where I'm trying to trick you into using my jargon.
Yeah, I'm saying that terminology, why it's called S2, and we're saying
because it's two-dimensional.
It's a geometric.
It's two-dimensional, Doovid, embedded in a
S2 just means
space.
S2 just means surface, two-dimensional surface.
Okay, I'm looking it up right now, and what I've managed to find is an N sphere. And yeah, the two sphere is an N sphere of 3 dimensions, which means that it exists within a 3-dimensional space, but it itself is only 2-dimensional because it's only like the boundary of the sphere, not the entire rigid sphere. This ties back into a couple things, but one of the important attributes is that we're not using the standard geometry when we do these problems. Well, not me, but other people who are better at math than me are not using standard geometry. They're using hyperbolic geometry as opposed to standard Euclidean space. But yeah, so the N sphere is 2. So the point is that the S2 is the 3-dimensional analog to the 4-dimensional HF8. Did you catch that? Hyperbolic figure 8 is to 4D what S2 is to 3D.
Yeah, the Dror Ben Natan was talking quite a bit about this. So like I was just listening to him talk about this week. I've studied this like in books and classes and listened to occasional lectures. But like, no, I'm not. This is kind of like beyond my expertise in mathematics. But like,
what's a sphere? What's a sphere? What's special about a sphere?
Well, I mean, you want to say a sphere is a function
It's
that
a
a
cheapest
sphere.
energetic state. It takes less energy to make a sphere than any other shape. Every shape requires you to put energy into a sphere, so the cheapest shape is a sphere. That's all we're saying for starting. Does that make
But if
sense?
you want to say a sphere is x squared plus y squared plus z, that's what it is. And then you see the difference between the object, the sphere in our world, and the concept. And then you say, if the concept is different than this, than the physical world, what is the concept? And you're saying the base structure of the concept is factually, it is x squared plus y squared plus z squared equals r squared. And that's what a
No,
sphere
that's
is.
just a rather
In
easy
the,
metaphor for it.
and you don't need a 3 dimensions, just the information to say if the 3-dimensional world um, didn't exist and there wasn't actually spheres, you would still have spheres from the rule of x squared plus y squared plus z squared equals r squared, that it's a sphere even if there's not a material reality for it to exist, or you want to take some sort of ontological Anselm type argument that because you could think that spheres exist, that they exist, and the origin of the physical world is mind, and is a
It's
precursor to
falsifiable.
the material realm, and not even from an
Sure.
evolutionary view that you're saying that mind is, if you're in your expression, it was a higher harmonic, a more fundamental harmonic than matter, and they're saying that matter is a harmonic of mind, um, in a monistic system as opposed to a dualistic system where it's like no, matter is not a harmonic of mind, that they're two separate realms possibly ran by the same master, um, and they're not, it's not that mind is the origins of matter, it's that they're two separate realms, and then just saying that mathematics could be a ruling factor over, if you're a dualist, you would say mind and matter is both ruled over by mathematics. And then if you're a monist, you could you could say that mathematics comes from a higher, more fundamental harmonic than both the spiritual and the physical realm. So if you're saying there's a monad and then there's harmonics, and you have the spiritual realm and then the material realm, that mathematics is or predates both of those and therefore has ruling powers over both of them. Or you could have it a hierarchical system, like at some point you have the spiritual realm, and at some point the spiritual realm has mathematics, but mathematics isn't a ruling factor of the spiritual realm. It is just a factor of the spiritual realm, but there's other ruling factors of the spiritual realm that are not comparable to material ruling realms. And this factor of the spiritual realm called mathematics is a ruling factor of the material realm.
Well, mathematics is hyper precise relational constructivism. What is an analogy? What's the basic element of any analogy? Is a ratio, isn't it? A is to B is C is to D. So math is sort of like numerology in that it's the first step to insanity because it gives one a certain belief about oneself that lends itself to crack pottery a la Ravana, which I harp on all the time and won't repeat again, but it is worth a look at these mistakes that have been cataloged previous to these eras to avoid. I mean, if you're going to make a blunder, you might as well make an unprecedented blunder. That's what I always say.
Yeah, really, I'm just mirroring the classical Plato's.
Analogies with numbers is math, and it's why it's powerful. So it's using pramanas, which is an analogy is a pramana. Go ahead, Doovid.
Yeah, I guess I was framing in the classic Platonic argument for the spiritual, for karma, basically, that laws that you can't sin and get away with it because there's some sort of higher ruling factor that has power over these things, that classical philosophies and some sort of Platonic understanding or Pythagorean in the Vedic system
Just be upon him.
are so hopefully as we move on, I'll try to perfect my knowledge of terms and these
Do
classifications.
you agree with what I said, that math is analogy is using numbers?
Well, because I'm framing it in a theistic term. So math is I'm specifically calling it a ruling factor. So mathematicians and logicians, in order, I'm saying mathematics and science is a subfield of theology, and you need theology to answer these essential ontological questions like who is the I, what is material realm, questions of time.
I already answered who the I is. It's the monad using spheres, but like who's going to want to even do that? The same kinds of people who want to do these topological things, which I got to say, well, I cited some stuff in my latest diagram, so put that in your pipe and smoke it. Sort of 3+1 things going on in that knot, even though I'm seeing it from the inside. So I think this kind of accords with everything. I don't know. You think it'll take off? The apple fell from the tree on my head type thing? Or it's just too complicated? Did I lose you at my sphere metaphor?
If you put the equation there on the diagram,
there is no equation. It's the hyperbolic figure 8 dot complement, and I don't understand the written down equations. But the original knot, I think there is an actual formula for it, and I can show you how it's 3+1. Ooh, oh no, I'm in the wrong one. I'm in the non-topological one.
You need memes and got to get on Wolfram is like that Israeli drawer Ben Natan. He was saying like you gotta code in like mathematics. You gotta just like whip out a code. And what does it say here? I mean, a simple paramic representation of figure 8 knot x, y, z, x equals 2 plus cosine 2t times cosine of 3t.
So you see how
y
it's
equals
3
2
variables?
times cosine 2t to sine of 3t, and z equals 4t. But I mean,
You
so
don't want to let the symbols lull you into a false sense of security. It's not. It's meta symbols. Yes, the symbols and the numbers are important, but they're the things that hypnotize us. So just look at the structure. So what are we fundamentally seeing? 3+1, right? So the 1 is the t that goes all the way to infinity. So this is incorporating this infinity in the 3+1. So even the trivial 3+1 has some sort of an infinity in it. See, it's 4t varying over the real numbers. So when you do these, like, that's what we really need to get a topology expert in here to see what's preserved across these complement things and what it means to complement the set topologically, because I'm a little lost. So maybe we can send memes on another mission. He seems to do well with these kinds of missions. It's hard for me to go out on a limb with something I don't understand at all, though.
You gotta be able to pump. You gotta be able to just pump.
That's a self-referential problem, isn't it? Or isn't it? Whew. I was trying to find one of my screenshots. So yeah, that's it. But then you have to invert it. So the way I think of inverting it, it seems to be to perceive the entire structure inside out simultaneously. Is complement. Did you understand what I said?
Yeah. So I'm just reading
Yeah.
through.
Like I
figure eight.
literally don't know either. So I mean, I want to learn, and I know it's tough, and I'm crap at visualizing, but I know there's something here to know because it's not that complicated. It's just like mathematically, this topology stuff. Like I went through that list of that publication. I didn't understand how he got from one step to the other. I've never been able to follow anything in topology and understand why they go from one step to the next. It's just somehow beyond me. I almost failed topology. I got a D plus in it. So that's a bad sign, isn't it? And on my first day coming into class, I had this feeling like, oh, when I get the unified field model, it's going to be this. And I was like, oh, that's a weird feeling to have. The amount I put so many hours into trying to understand that class. Wow. And I went to every single study group. I remember the teacher's aide was actually a really nice guy. He had a hard time understanding it too. Were you going to say something, too?
Yeah, I just found a paper, complex hyperbolic geometry of the figure eight knot. Martin Doooovid and Alicia Falbell abstract. We show that the figure eight knot complement admits a unique complete spherical CR structure with unipotent boundary polynomial. And
Is that the same thing as a deconstruction into two ideal hyperbolic tetrahedra? I wonder. I don't expect you to know the answer to that, but
a link from the archives. You see the remainder of this paper waned over the preceding paragraphs. Indeed, for the specific example, we will check that the solutions to the compatibility equations give one and only one boundary unipotent complete spherical CR structure on the figure eight knot complement. In fact, one gets one structure for each orientation on M. We will work with the figure eight knot complement partly because it played an important motivational role in the 80s for the development of real hyperbolic geometry. It is well known that the non-compact manifold M admits a unique complete hyperbolic metric with one torus end. And let's do a screen share so people could see a little of this paper, some of these diagrams. So I mean, here's I guess this is a octahedron here. I mean, here you have one of the Platonic solids.
made you the main. Okay, there you go.
Okay, so here's a figure eight knot complement can be obtained by gluing two tetrahedra, a face on the left and a face on the right are identified if the corresponding patterns of arrows agree. So we're looking at a mathematical structure for explaining what this object is, and then you have, and maybe even a matrix that would explain the structure versus the actual geometric representation of how these structures might appear, and to see really that these equations are able to define a whole series of shapes within certain boundary conditions, and potentially even all reality could be mapped from some of these equations. Showed an interesting paper, complex hyperbolic geometry in the figure eight knot. Here's another paper, the figure eight knot complement out of the University of Heidelberg. A paper published here. I'll put the link in the chat real quick, but it looks like there are mathematical descriptions of this knot complement. And I guess that other paper, you say, what is a complement in general? And then what does it mean? What is the complement of this figure eight? And is there a process possibly to find the complements of knots or sure curves or shapes in general. And so I'm not exactly sure about this stuff. So I'm just looking through.
That makes two of us. Sometimes it seems like they just tried a bunch of things, and then out of everything that they tried, just basically brute forced every possible solution until something was consistent with their initial conditions. Because I don't know how much you know about topology, but they define things like set openness, closedness quite differently to other fields. They're sort of like an intentionally, what do you call it, esoteric discipline.
Yeah, I mean, so it's
yeah, go ahead and keep going. I'll just have a screen share ready when you're done. I won't.
Numerous mathematical papers on the subject, so it's not like it's not like something no one's ever heard of, and it's looking, some of the figure eight, and then the complement to the figure eight, and it's saying that even back in the 80s, this since
Yeah,
the
there's like
1980s,
120 people or so who know about topology, right? Just kidding.
I think every major university has. I'm not sure if you could have like a program of topology, but probably at least a professor that teaches a undergraduate topology class, or if you have a graduate program that you might even have multiple teachers that or a research university, like University of Michigan, that has a huge engineering school of thousands of people, and you would assume various fields of topology are related, that hundreds of those engineers are going to need mathematics high enough towards high enough as topology that every year you would have tens, maybe hundreds of students taking topology. I'm not sure the numbers like that. And then in topology, if you had like a whole master's degree in topology, is there 20 different courses on topology a person could take, and then research, and how useful are these mathematical structures to engineering, where your engineering school would be related to topology, and that people would be researching and studying things because it's the current important questions for the direction of technology. And so these mathematical structures would, like the auto industry, I was showing the Mackinac Policy Conference, like eventually it's going to make a better widget, and that widget goes into the automobile, and that's what at least historically the labor force in my area did. We make widgets that go into an automobile, and there's thousands of widgets that go into an automobile, but something like topology might make a component a little bit lighter or a little bit better, or something like that. So like topology is a very important studied field, I would say, of mathematics, specifically due to its obvious connection to engineering. Because you engineer objects, and so topology is turning equations into three-dimensional surface structures, and that's what you're trying to. That's what engineers do.
I don't know how much they really use topology. I mean, what a weird name. There's no bottomology. Yeah.
And this same
just general topology.
But I mean, could you see how it's possible? Like, if you're looking at a ball bearing, and however, like ball bearing is very important part, and like every all engines use ball bearings, and there's something like that, and so if you're constantly coming up with a more precise ball bearing that is has stability levels to a higher degree of certainty, that it would be the complement figure eight knot structure also that you said it looks like an apple, or but it also could look like a ball bearing, or it could look, and saying that it might determinatively be able to solve material science questions, that from a mathematical permutation, if you had the equation of the material you're working with, and then you did some sort of topographical analysis in comparison to like the complement figure eight.
Topographical and topological aren't the same thing. They have the only thing they have in common are maps, but they're not the same kinds of maps.
Yeah, that topological analysis could produce a better part. And so saying that, like, if you're constantly improving your engineering, it's mathematical methods. And I used to take training on ComSoil, the multi-physics platform, and these days you could mathematically build your structure before you build a prototype. That in a multi-physics platform, you could take a lot of steps of prototyping with a three-dimensional computer simulation than actually doing the part, or a lot of the test or something could be done mathematically within a multi-physics platform. And that is an integral part of any major engineering process, that you're constantly trying to gain more efficiency, longer lasting on your material, or various economic factors. And it is these mathematical methods that give engineers results. That is saying that if an engineer produces a better piece, it's not necessarily like all the engineer did was make the piece correspond better with these harmonics that are mathematical in structure.
Made the mathematics more resonant with natural forms, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at like the Carnot cycle and the modern combustion engine. Like
Carnot cycle. What's that? Well,
could you map your that figure eight knot complement onto a Carnot cycle?
To a Carnot engine? I'm sorry, but I don't need to map anything to anything. I probably could make a correspondence because it seems close, doesn't it? Like a limit
especially
point,
with the four arrows, there. But yeah, I mean, the Carnot cycle, which basically has the four arrows in a circle that go around. So, I mean, as opposed to the typical Carnot cycle that.
Hey, whom's to be unifying the laws of physics?
What
you got anything better to do on a Sunday night than just sit around unifying the laws of physics? What?
I remember, I think I got like a B-, and it was tough. Like, it was upper level physics course. And I took thermodynamics, but then we had like heat, waves, and maybe it was just thermodynamics. But like, if you have a typical Carnot cycle and there's four parts of the cycle, and you have your Q, your energy, but it switches forms and they all balance. And so, like, if you know the Carnot cycle well, it could comes into these nice symmetric algebraic style equations, and it's four processes where on a graph, like, it's usually all in the positive upper XY coordinate, and you move right, then you move down, then you move left, then you move up back to the starting point. And there's a Carnot cycle always works like that, and it's always four-part structure where first the variable goes up, then down, then the one that went up first goes down, and then the one that went down first goes up. But it's up, down, and the first one goes up first, and the second one goes down first, and that's what allows it to be up, down cycle, and graphically gets a person back to the starting point. But it's a four-part process, the Carnot cycle. And if you look at a piston, and so the modern engine, that they're saying that four-part mathematical structure, that on a graph you start and get back to the starting point, is the same thing with the combustion engine, where you have a piston that has very little space in it, and then you have a combustion uh, explosion that expands the space, changes the pressure gradient, and then the opposite, where there's a decompression, and then the piston goes back for the process to repeat. That produces energy to move the wheel, to spin the engine, and then the engine through the transmission and rotor to spin the wheel on a car. But this four-part structure of the fuel injection and that expanding an air shaft, and that expansion of the air shaft spinning the engine in order for the engine to perform work, in this case spinning the wheel, that repetitive process of the car piston is the classic example of the Carnot engine. And it's Michigan, that's our bread and butter of the automobile. We're going electric. Check out the policy. Like, all the car companies are doing their best. When I toured 10 years ago, almost maybe 8 years ago, they didn't allow me. I don't have pictures on my Facebook, just from outside, because there was no pictures allowed. But the Ford Focus final assembly, they had it set up on the line for electric and gas, um, so that now about 1 out of 20, close to 10 years ago when I took the tour, was electric. But on the line, that if they were all, were all electric, they wouldn't have to make a new line. Just the one part they have, for to install the gas tank, and on the other side for the electric. So either way, the line will be able to do it. But so even the modern car factory is moving away from gas. So like the main automobile manufacturers are predicting by 2050 we're going to be mostly electric, but the phase-in factor is going to take tens of years. But the Carnot cycle is, I guess it's mathematically, it's the maximum amount of energy you could get out of combustion, including the losses to entropy. And that's why it's so famous, that Carnot is a level of efficiency. Maybe it's like 70%, and saying the combustion process, the best you could do is like 70% efficiency. I'll have to check, but being I'm from Detroit, I should be able to talk about Carnot and thermodynamics all day.
Well, you better get on the page then. Now's the time to train up for that feat. And welcome to the show, Memes. Thanks for joining. I will be back in 2 minutes, and looking forward to hearing what you have to say. And I'll talk about the Carnot engine, which is the most efficient engine hypothetically possible given tropic constraints.
Fascinating. Hey guys, what's going on? Now, Doooovid, hey. Now, as somebody that admires Mopar, there is no replacement for displacement. But at the same time, I'm like, isn't that one of the big pushes with like electric vehicles? Because you could have a certain level of efficiency here. It's like, okay, you're going to have your draws, but it's like, all right, if you can also have regenerative braking and other ways to recapture electricity, especially if we're spending a lot of money developing technology for that, isn't that one of the things once we get like the grid established and transition period done?
Yeah, so the transition's already started, and whether there'll be a complete phase out of gas is yet to be known, or it's not important. But the transition has already started, and it will become more and more electric, and there's multiple reasons and factors for that. But it's just a change in technology, and the direction of technology is moving towards all electric. And although that could change, like, because all electric, if there's like wars or inability of man to get along to have certain infrastructure, all electric requires a certain type of infrastructure.
Having power available. Yeah. This is why I sit back and I'm like, okay, I realize it's a pain in the butt. People are often scared about talking about nuclear and everything like that, but I'm like, couldn't in the next 10 years, if we were to spend like $1 trillion, couldn't we have like thorium like power plants like strategically located at least across like the main contiguous United States, and we upgrade our grid at the same time, like couldn't we, like, I don't know, have enough power, like, on the cheap?
Well, I mean, no, because of entropy. So
We require more thorium.
well, you're gonna have a maximum efficiency. So I mean, you might have something that's more efficient than coal, and it's not money determinative. So you have I mean, I'm not familiar
We also
for.
got to deal with like the whole, oh my god, if it melts down, we're going to run into these other issues. It's like it basically just shuts itself down.
I'm back.
Welcome
Did we
back. And
trans?
at least that I was saying how we require more thorium. I'm just saying, like, I just look at how many trillions of dollars like our government has been spending, and I'm like, if we spent like $1 trillion, like, couldn't we have like enough thorium reactors across the contiguous United States to, like, I don't know, maybe upgrade the grid and have power on the cheap?
Yeah, but then if one fails, everybody pays a horrible price. Like, look at the precedents. We still don't really know what happened with the most recent one in Japan. I always seem to forget the name, but there was another one.
Well, I mean, Fukushima. I mean, their thing is
And
they got hit with water. Their
terrible
backup
one.
tanks got taken out, and their diesel generators were flooded, so there was no cooling there. And
So it's hard to be like, awesome idea. Like, I've heard the arguments. I agree that it's necessary. Like, Rick Rule makes a really strong argument.
that's why I said thorium. Thorium.
Necessity of
Is it still going to be a water heating energy producer? Is it still, at the end of the day, the thorium, all it's going to do is heat
To my
water,
understanding,
and
it does
water
the
is
same
going
thing
to,
on a less critical level. Basically, it never gets to that.
but still the nuclear power, the like the nuclear reaction, all it does is heat water, and then that water is used to generate engines and create electricity. But whether it's plutonium,
you don't have the stigma
uranium,
of you might be
or,
using this
or
to enrich
thorium,
uranium.
it's still going to be the same nuclear energy generator that essentially is a water heater that uses the steam to turn engines and generate electricity.
Yeah, same concept. See, you need to engineer it slightly because the thorium, it does have a bit of a base corrosive nature to my understanding, but as far as I've been informed, engineering has basically found ways to deal with that over the past 30 years.
I forget exactly the calculations, but I say like nuclear energy has a maximum efficiency of like 70%. I mean, the entropy is still entropy.
Isn't that like the same as
nuclear power? I'm saying that thorium, I don't think would change anything. That thorium.
What are we talking about?
Thorium as a
I think we might be talking about everything, or at least 70% of the universe.
As a reagent for wouldn't change the 70% maximum efficiency, so you'd still have a 30% at least energy loss.
I think what you run into there is energy density, because I still remember, at least growing up, like going to public school, they had that thing within the books that's like, all right, here's 1 ton of coal, here's 100 barrels of oil, here's 1 gram of uranium. These all produce the same amount of power. I'm like, yeah, I know bad things can happen with uranium, but I've seen like all the birds and everything dying from the oil. I've seen like all the fires. Yeah, terrible things happen. I feel like if we could have a small, more dense power source, and maybe we don't need to ransack Mother Earth as much, might be better in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Memes is here, you would,
I mean, we could also virtue signal climate change too.
were you following the Haiti border crisis, the Haitian border crisis, I guess, this week?
I don't even know what to believe with that. I haven't even looked into that, just because I see
You
all
follow
the
news enough that
sensational
you at
things.
least saw,
I've heard about it. I've heard folks say they're taking these pictures out of context, and I'm like, well, that's nothing new at all. And then I'm hearing people were treated poorly, and that doesn't surprise me at all either. And
okay, but pointing to the climate change,
Oh.
that for whatever historical reason that Haiti formed, or that people are on Haiti. There's over 10 million people in Haiti now, and you could argue that Haiti has had negative effects over the last few years related to climate change. And saying just this last summer it got hit by 2 hurricanes and 2 earthquakes, and possibly the
And
intensity of these,
still
that
recovering from the
that
previous
Haiti is
disasters.
not
Well, the
an
country is wrecked, man.
environmentally adaptable place for 10 million people to live. And in a larger reality, millions of people need to go from Haiti to someplace else, or possibly suffer death, calamity, inability to have a life at a certain extent. And obviously, it's going to be immigration that would be of an extreme case, where if you say, okay, like global warming, now there's millions of people that if they don't migrate to someplace else, they're going to die. God forbid. That that's one of the strongest reasons for immigration. And but you say, yeah, this is a direct thing that is likely related to climate change, that due to global warming, that Haiti is no longer a safe inhabitable place for the 10 plus million people that live there.
In less than 2 minutes, you made one of the most compelling arguments to like be good shepherds for Mother Earth that I've heard on the internet in some while. I just wonder why, like,
When it's
I
connecting the news story to and I mean maybe.
Well, you also
You
didn't
could understand
sensationalize it. You were just explaining, like, here's the situation, here's what we're looking
you were
at,
just,
here's what happens.
well,
I
I mean,
appreciate
you're in
that.
America. Okay, maybe you saw the news. God forbid the president of Haiti got assassinated, but you saw like your Hurricane Ida or Henry, and then Ida. I think both hit Haiti on the way to
Oh man,
Louisiana
Haiti's
and
been
then the
getting
East
wrecked for the
Coast.
past,
Both of those
yeah.
passed through Haiti. Then there was like earthquake also, and there's been earthquake like 10 plus, like I think, even I'm not sure the numbers. I'll even Wikipedia this to if it's tens of thousands of people that how many people died in these earthquakes. So here's, I'm just looking at the Wikipedia, the 2020 this summer, 2,200 people were killed in the earthquake, and over 650,000 people are in need of assistance. And you're just looking. Here's a list. I'll put this in the chat. A list of earthquakes in Haiti. So 2018 was a 5.9 that killed 18 people. 2010, the Port-au-Prince earthquake 7.0 killed over 100,000 people. God forbid, that was 2010. If you think that earthquake in 1842, an earthquake killed over 5,000 people. And then, there's been earthquakes like every 10, 20 year in Haiti for, going back. I'm not sure. I think if you, but you could argue that it's getting worse, that the number of earthquakes and the severity of the earthquakes in Haiti are getting worse. And then if you're looking at hurricanes, that 2021, an estimated is that another 2,200 people besides the earthquake? Or the earthquake is related to I guess hurt. But whatever the case is, I'm not enough of an expert, and probably there are people who have rejected and say that climate change isn't happening, and that maybe the phenomenon that happening in Haiti isn't any worse than it's ever been. But it'd be something to examine: is the weather phenomenon worse in Haiti over the last years? And maybe it's the fault of possibly global warming, And then from an ecological level, there's 10 plus million people in Haiti. Is it less safe for those people to be there? And then on an immigration level, like what is like, like, do those people you have the right to come to the U.S. I mean, they have a right, but saying Haiti's no longer safe for them, and we're from the neighboring countries, so it makes sense that there's going to be hundreds of thousands of people that are going to try to leave Haiti and come here, and we'll have to have some sort of strategy to deal with that. That could be anything from, God forbid, you're not welcome here. We're, shooting people at the border, to open arms, saying, yeah, sure, we'll help you, provide you in order to make a good of your life, and if you rise to power and come to be in charge of us, great, no problem. That's a fair system.
I mean, I would like to see that be the case. I'm getting very depressed. Can we talk about crystals?
Yeah, I know. It's like, wow.
No. I mean, that's an incredibly important discussion. But...
Holy
No.
I'll take a break, but
okay,
but
yeah,
saying,
you
like,
definitely need some medicine, Doovid. Yeah.
For the future of what you're doing, like, you need Jennifer or like someone else up to par to, like,
Oh yeah, someone as
like,
good as
can
me.
we
Yeah.
talk about
Good
crystals?
luck.
But, like, can I enter equations to form crystals into Wolfron as we talk about crystals? So it was like the drawer Ben Natan teaching math. And so like you have to be able to program. So you can't just talk about crystals. You have to program crystals into Wolfron as you talk about them. But, like, if you can't do that yet, just talking about them is sufficient for now till you learn how to code crystals into Wolfron and talk about them at the same time.
See, even that was important because I actually spent the past 3.5 days trying to figure out this hyperbolic vortex equation, how to get all the derivatives just like from just equations, and not having to cheat and just be like, well, I'm just going to take whatever Wolfram already has within like the repository and everything, and I can get it to work on everything. But like, basically, that was the big thing. So that was like, he's like, I was stuck, and then somebody happened to notice, and a person on the internet, because I've been putting up together a video. It's like how I stumbled upon the best theory of everything yet on the internet or something like that. And it's just like this just list of just events just happening to stumble upon these different folks, just talking to these other people, having these different discussions, and then just literally just clicking on certain things at the right time. It's like, oh, I found a very eclectic group of people. It's like, I think we're starting to figure these things out again. Very creepy.
We're figuring them out. Are we figuring them out? Is that right?
We're here.
We are.
I'm taking a lot of credit for things that I haven't done. Hey, Dr. Shiva told me half of life is just showing up. Knowing is the other half of the battle. So I mean,
watching a show is pretty much the same thing as doing all the hard work associated with figuring out what went into making the show. I mean, they're practically identical.
Trying to prove your meme, Jen.
You mean instantiate an anecdotal instantiation of? Sorry.
Yes, by the gravitational size of individuals' fiery cojones.
Hey, David Neff, what's going on, buddy? He replayed that debate. I saw that. I saw it like before it played. I was like, is that the debate I did with him? But I guess it is. Mad respect to him for being in that debate. I think anyone willing to debate me is pretty dang brave or pretty dang dumb or both.
Well, it all depends on what you're trying to accomplish. But all I know is the more
people keep telling me that these debates are not good, and why are you doing them, and what the hell's wrong with you? And
to actually have a debate the way the debate, at least from what I had watched that previous one, it required a prior, pretty much a lecture. That's what I required.
Are you talking about the one with Leo or the one with Mark?
The gentleman who you're basically like, well, Doovid told me not to teach, but this is the only way this is going to work. That one. Or was that both of them?
You
I
know,
don't
if I'm saying that on the debate, it's not a good sign. Okay, so what was it? Can we just narrow down what the topic was then?
This is the thing. It's like if
Which
somebody
channel was
hasn't
it
been
on?
exposed to that model, it's like, well, if you're, it's like you're speaking Eastern European and then you're speaking a very like thick French or something that's hard to like pick up on. It's like, all right, there's gonna be words here, but yeah, it's just not really working. I'm sure there's a better analogy, but
I thought we were agreed we were going to take a fast from the shitty metaphors.
oh well, hey, I failed that, but yeah, tetrahedra within tetrahedra. That's
So here's my new explanation. Okay, you start with the HF8,
okay.
and you imagine you take a lot of drugs,
Okay.
and you turn that shit inside out. It's the approximation to perceiving that thing inside out as one entity. If there was such a thing as a turning inside out operator that could be performed on reality.
Well, I mean, you actually now that I think about it, I think you're actually illustrating what Thad was trying to have made into a video. Because basically it's you have that, but there's actually a double cover. So basically you're going that internal action projects at one point
Can
in
you
the
tell me
vortex
what that
through.
means? What does double cover mean? It means both sides that are covered.
Two circles go essentially around it.
There's no circle, by the way. So first of all, you're saying circle. I'm lost again. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
sphere. I apologize. No, I was
Remember,
incorporating
we're
a
not
video.
talking about circles or spheres. We're talking about geodesics and which dimensional geodesics and a specific type of geodesics that models the wavefronts dead on. Why is S2 important? Tell me you know what a fucking S2 is.
It's a two-dimensional analysis thingy. That's why they do like SU2, SU3. You're modeling in different ways, and
there's a different S2 of these upsetters had, but the S2 I'm referring to is the empty sphere. It's also called S2 because it's 2D embedded in a 3D space, but its dimensionality is 2D. Yes?
Go on.
The four-dimensional analog of that is the HF8. Yes. So what is that a metaphor for in my thing?
Oh, the universe.
The measurement limit. So A union, not A. A union, A complement equals what? A union, A complement. Anybody? Bueller? Bueller.
Oh. Action.
See, I don't even know because I don't know enough topology. That's what. Hell. If it wasn't,
there's something that maybe I should send you. No, there was this guy about what the heck was his name? Grozendieck or something. It was like a famous mathematician, and he had this method called sheathing. And what he would do is he said it's like, all right, I ain't the biggest math guy in the world, but he would have find enough like I think it was topological kind of connections, just different things you could find in common there to kind of like get like more or less in perfect sheaf measurement. And if you want to delve into the very specifics of what's going on, you can do that. But he's like, I'm going to let more of the mathy people do this. I'm going to basically get my framework. And I feel like that might be useful here because also the way the gentleman was basically giving these were his lectures from like the 50s and like 60s or something that he was basically going over in like an hour and a half. I'm listening. I'm like, the way he's describing his measurements, it's like, well, he was not a category theorist, but he would use categories, but then he wouldn't necessarily have like a full category. He would basically, here's a tangential connection that we can kind of weave some form of a connection. Like that's how he was kind of doing his topology to get very accurate results, at least from what I remember listening to it. And I'm like, that sounds like the way I argue with people. Here's a very tangential argument. Oh, it's here. I'm sorry I made it about me. but triangles. I think they explain a lot.
Well, not everybody can access every metaphor, so we should look at these wonderful, super complex ones as special treats that only people who really, practice the virtue of focus can access meaningfully.
Hold on, wait a second.
Like, I couldn't even get them to see the sphere thing in the teach server yesterday. Like, I was pretty upset about that nobody seemed to be, able to accept what I was saying about the sphere being the animating potential. I mean, that isn't that is not, how can that be controversial?
Well, because they're supposed to. And again, I don't know this situation, but I feel for some reason, Jen, it might be popular to kind of hate on you. So just to automatically dismiss some people's arguments, people will just go to that, even if it is the more logical thing.
Doowovid and I just took a drink at the exact same time.
Does anyone else kind of get like a little weirded out that like that looks like a heart?
I'm not weirded out, but yeah, it's pretty amazing. Yeah, it's the heart. Yeah,
no, because I remember you saying this like a couple of months ago about like similar construction.
We're saying it's a form, and that form is, if you want to use Jennifer's expression, like a more fundamental harmonic of forms that we see all over the place, or like a pattern. That's the fundamental unit of
the Platonic
a series of patterns. I mean, it's not. I mean, the Platonic forms are 5, and they're all special type.
Well, if Plato was right, Platonic realm. If
you're talking more an equation, that if you say this figure 8 knot is more better represented in an equation, and there's a whole series.
More better, yes, I'll go on record saying it is indeed more better. Thank you.
And there's a whole series of geometric structures that could all be represented as in an equation or as an expression of an equation, and that geometric structure, but even more so, that equation is behind the structures of basically everything.
Dude, it's not an equation, it's a geometry and a numerology. You got to remember that an equation that fixes you. You're trapped in an equation that's an axiomatic bind. It's even more than an axiomatic bind. You got to keep it to just numerology.
This is why Doowovid has the multiple truth hypothesis. So no matter what answer he gives throughout the game, he's keeping track to weigh his algorithm.
I mean, you're like, because everything is a projection.
You've got a plan to escape the genjutsu. Sorry.
The fact that you're trapped on the sphere isn't the limiting factor, because the sphere could be the unit of projection of anything larger than it.
I don't know about you guys, but like I hear you guys keep on. I'm like, these are two very smart people. They keep referring to the spiritual realm. I'm like, explains a lot. Explains a lot.
Well,
where's the bridge? Where's the boundary?
Because the mind experiences the spiritual realm in the same way that the mind experiences the material realm. So if you just turn off your reception and you say the only thing I experience is the material realm, and anything that my mind naturally ascribes to this, we'll call the spiritual realm, is a misattribution, and then try to train yourself to either ignore those phenomenon or to ascribe those phenomenon falsely to the material realm, as opposed, if you're more spiritual or a dualist or religious, that you naturally look in the world differently, that you see 2 different realms operating at the same time in your mind, capable of seeing both of them. And then just the science of the spiritual realm, in the same way that you use the empirical method, or the same way that mathematics formulas could prescribe how events occur in the material realm. The same thing for the spiritual realm. And in a university, you would, I'm not sure it would be saying it's wrong, but that's not, dualism is not, an accepted method really in the modern system, that they're mostly not even monist, basically materialistic explanations and we say that spiritual phenomenon, if it can't be explained materialistically, is largely ignored, and that's a matter of personal choice to reflect on the meaning of these things. But saying in the academic realm, it's meaningless. So if you find that meaningful, you have no place in the mainstream, and have to create alternative networks to talk about these things, or even not say talk
very
about these things
interesting.
like taboo, but like I always mentioned the video on the Cathars, whether there was actually a group of Cathars. We know that the church persecuted a group that they called the Cathars, but there was no self-identified group, the Cathars. So the question, who really were these people? Did they really, what way did they believe, or the various things that okay, there's people and they have various belief systems, but we're so stuck in the material realm that what our belief systems are largely uh, diminished compared to basic materialistic economic struggle for survival, like let's say Haitians. And if Haiti is no longer a sustainable habitat uh, for the 10 million plus people who live there, and they have to migrate someplace else for survival, that's largely completely independent of belief system, that it doesn't matter the belief system of the Haitian, that they're still going to have the suffering environmental change that makes where they live less less habitable.
Well, your default programming is to survive. So it's like, all right, if we're not surviving here, well, you migrate. I mean, that's what humans have done for a long time now. So it's like, again, it's a logical progression, but it's like, all right, if we are going throughout all these different situations in the material realm here, it's like, all right, why might that be the case? Might there be some grand geodesics, if you would? I don't know.
And just what you're mentioning, because
I have-
Jennifer still has that hyperbolic figure eight knot complement up, is that it maybe most looks like a tornado, because like the way it looks like a funnel from top to bottom, but also maybe a tornado would be a good example.
It's almost like Mother Nature was giving us clues.
No, I mean, there's just the power of mathematics. Like you try to mythify it
Yeah,
or mystify it, but it's like, no, I mean, we just that mathematics is the substructure of the material realm. There's nothing
I
beautiful
just said
or
that's a heretical
mythical.
belief that is going to lead to Ravana malarkey. Yet you say that it is a fact.
No,
Is the universe really
he's
mathematical?
agreeing with you.
We're not in a position to dictate whether the universe is mathematical. I know it seems like he is. I'm just worried, okay? I don't want people to get in trouble with these big, giant ideas and get bad karma out of it. The point is, that I want to come back to more seriously, is axioms, conclusions. Hyperbolic geometry has different axioms than Euclidean geometry. So does that mean that hyperbolic geometry is correct? Anybody want to try to answer that? What can we say about how correct it is?
Well, you look at what's translatable.
You mean like a truth value between 0 and 1?
Oh, I'm looking for relative truth certainty between hyperbolic geometry and Euclidean geometry based on axioms.
By multiple truth hypothesis, they would receive a truth value that would be somewhere between 0 and 1.
Any way we can estimate what those values might be?
I thought
you'd
this
have
was
to
the weird thing about mathematics.
Feed the axioms into some sort of statistical method that would be able to
We need to go back to combinators.
Exhaustively shoot the axioms with possibilities in order to evaluate a prediction model based on the as best as possible exhaustive method of testing possibilities on axioms, and from there you could generate a truth value somewhere between 0 and 1 from some sort of exhaustive method of axioms and predicted results.
To a point, agree. But I do
But
think
I
you're
mean,
going
like,
to have
yeah,
to
I don't
constrain the
know how to
the
code well
range of
enough.
your observables in the first place for
I
such
don't
an
know how to
approach
code
to make
well enough
sense.
to even start the algorithm, that would, in theory,
It's funny because
exhaustively.
Teach said the same thing. He's like we can put in a logic compiler. I'm like, surely you jest.
Well, I'm saying if
You're the logic compiler. Sorry, just
I mean, if you have to
I
learn
thought
how
that
to
was
code, you
Wolfram
got to
Alpha.
learn how to code. So just like theoretically saying it could be coded, it's saying like, no, if you knew how to code it, like you'd be like Wolfram and you'd be coding it as you're talking. So just like hypothetically saying it could be coded.
what are you talking about? I can barely, I can't multitask. Nobody can maybe you can multitask in your dreams to that extent, but I don't think that's a normal amount of multitasking. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they do it on the Wolfram live streams and stuff.
No,
but
because
that
these
is also
algorithms are not
Okay,
more
yeah,
than,
the superhuman geniuses,
it doesn't take more than a few
mathematical
lines.
vanguard of the world can do it, kind of. Okay.
Well, it doesn't take
Great.
it doesn't take like book level, really like even a simple machine learning algorithm could be done in like 100 lines, and 80 of those lines could be rather generic. So if you just look at the hyperbolic geometry, if that has base axioms that you could program in to maybe even 4 or 5 lines, the base axioms of hyperbolic geometry wouldn't take more than a few
Do you have any
lines.
idea how fucking ridiculous that sounds? You do realize that the computer's operating off its own axioms, right?
Well, I'm talking about the actual like if you actually say like call me out and say let's do my multiple truth hypothesis, that you're saying that like how complicated would the code be to assess a truth value of hyperbolic geometry, and saying if you could code the axioms of hyperbolic geometry and then you could use a generic machine learning algorithm to exhaustively you plug and chug numbers into hyperbolic geometry versus other explanatory systems, and assess a truth value based on a statistical method comparison between expected values and outputs of hyperbolic geometry versus comparative systems, and saying that that like in conceivability that if Doovid was a better man, like even on week in review, like I would be able to code this like as tonight.
A good
And
way to guarantee
and
failure is to
then
make a
even the
completely
algorithm could run a few
unrealistic
times.
goal. Just gonna say that real quick.
They're saying like besides for like renting space on a supercomputer to run the algorithm for an exhausted period of time, but that you could even run the algorithm for a few minutes and have some sort of within percent error estimate of a multiple truth hypothesis number between 0 and 1. Just have to learn how to code a little bit better.
How in the hell do you know how big that gap is?
I mean,
So you want to share? Yeah, it looks like it's already done. Awesome.
So that's the equation for the figure not.
when I put in the last like z equals 4t, it gets funky because this is essentially the hyperbolic figure 8 knot complement.
That's not the complement. That's the knot itself.
Oh.
I mean, the x plus cosine 2t 3,
Womp womp wow 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 wow.
and that's the knot, not the complement. And it's saying if you're looking at that as a series of equation in if you put it on a different axiom system, so in the Cartesian, if you're going to have it with a t function and t growing in time to these x and y coordinates, or if you change the coordinate system like a cylindrical coordinate system, that it has this generic equation of a sine and cosine of a cosine function, an interdependent cosine.
You want to call it sinusoids? That's a more generalized term. If you just say a cosine function, I mean, sounds a little spurgy. I mean, I know I reference the DCT a lot, but that's because I'm literally baiting people to I'm just trying to
Yeah, so
evade
now we-
somebody at this point.
now we
With
add the
half shit
Z.
that I say. So what are we looking at here? The generates of HF8? Yes.
This is the simple parametric representation of the figure 8 knot as of the set of all points x, y, z.
I just
And I
realized
just
that
literally-
having it called not having there be three words NA N KNOT, NOUGHT, and NOT all sounding exactly the same is a touch confusing, isn't it?
This
Not,
is why
not, not.
English confuses people.
We got to fix that problem. Only one of those words can remain not. The other ones have to be replaced. Don't mean anything. Or perhaps we could replace not with some other thing. Exclamation point. Yeah, so I'm sure there's infinite ways to generate this thing. You can change the basis, right? So what's the cardinality of the basis? Euler? Anybody?
Or 2, because it's t squared sine times cosine.
This is the next up dimensional analog to the S2. So S2 is to R3 as this is to R4. You should write that down. S2 over R3 equals this to R4. And the dimensionality of that you should be able to deduce it from that.
Well, I'm saying it's 3 plus t that you have. It's a
Wait.
parametric form with x, y, and z, and all three x, y, and z time relations are sinusoidal.
But that doesn't
What
say
am I-
anything about cardinality necessarily.
What am I typing in?
But it's saying that it's cosine times cosine, cosine times sine. In a way, it's like t squared.
Not
that
really, no.
It's like t to the 0, t to the 1.
It's
to the
not,
2.
because the sinusoids are bound to a very tiny range.
But
They
it's
can go
still
on
difference
forever, but they
between-
never get higher than their amplitude. Just a signal forever. That's an important thing, is that the t is integrated over infinity. So what does that mean?
Yeah, but the shape isn't represented by just a cosine or sine function. It's represented by the product of two cosines or a sine and cosine function.
Okay, so what's your point? I mean, yes, you're right, but where are you going with that?
Does that make a higher order function?
Well, the question is, what's the dimensionality? And the answer is you shouldn't have to go into the algebra. You should know it based on the analogy. Okay, S2 is to R3 equals. S2 over R3 equals HF8 over R4.
I'm say cardinality
For
is usually
hell's sake.
just the number of elements in a set.
No, it's the number of independent dimensions. We're using the linear algebra definition. Oh, shit. Why does every word have to have fucking contradictory definitions and different... I need a second.
When we just put up cardinality in Wikipedia, it actually has the 5 Platonic solids right there, but you be like Claire and T-Jump, we're just like, my definition is the definition that's right, even though there's
That'll
multiple
never be us. Never!
mainstream, like even though you look at Wikipedia and has, or different things and has the various definition and
I just look at these things and I'm like, all right, if we keep on running into these different issues within mathematics, trying to explain things, what are these infinities? What are these singularities? How could we explain it? And I'm like,
We cannot explain a singularity because it doesn't make sense. So you can't explain something.
No.
Let
Let me rephrase this. What do we see as observed singularities? What if that's just like the crossover of the throat of the hyperbolic vortex? It's like you have what's observed, what we would view as, oh, it's a singularity, whereas it's just literally just swapping over because it's under just constant twist. And at one point in the vortex, it literally has that changeover. So at least for our mathematics and everything, it would view as, oh, here's a single point, whereas it's technically not the case.
well, if you're looking if you want to say a sphere is 8 in order, there's different ways to measure like a cardinality or an order.
Oh,
But if
you were
say,
also just saying turbulence, like especially within tornadoes, hurricanes, whatever it is. That's also one of the strongest forces we have because it's a circular force, and it's hard to break up. Once you have it, you're going to need to have something else. So, if would it not make sense that if we're seeing these observed things on great scales within nature, that maybe within nature, even on the smaller, even towards the quantum level, similar things may hold to be true. It'd also be really cool.
yeah,
Can anyone
but
see
I
what
mean,
I've got on the screen here about dimension and a vector space? So it says cardinality right there. You're saying cardinality is the number of elements in a set. Here the set is basis vectors then. There we go.
yeah, and if you look at you're saying
So
a
what's the
sphere is,
cardinality of basis vectors of HF8?
we're saying a sphere is x squared plus y squared plus z squared equals r squared.
A sphere
And
is less than or equal to r squared. But yes, same formula. But the full sphere, when I'm talking about a sphere, I'm talking about a full sphere.
but what's a sphere?
But in the case of S2, it's just the perimeter of the full sphere, which is, I guess, S3.
What's the parametric equation of a sphere?
It'd basically be the sheaf.
Well, I mean, compare the parametric equation of a unit sphere is r sine u cosine v, x equals r sine u cosine v, y equals r sine u sine v, and r equals cosine u. And that's the parametric form of a sphere. The same thing, x squared plus y squared equals z squared plus z squared equals r squared in parametric form. And then, you know, relatively compared to the figure 8 knot, and using the figure 8 knot, it's you know, different also, that the figure 8 knot is cosine 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 sine and sine, and then you have these numbers there that you have, like the plus and the 3, the number. And so it's like you could play around with Wolfram Alpha or something, but, you know, try to understand what's going on in terms of what's the difference between the sphere and the figure 8 knot. And if you want to look at it, permutations, what permutations would you do to the sphere to get to the figure 8 knot, and then from there, from to the complement.
You need to write what I'm writing in the chat right now down. You actually need to write it down, okay? Because you're not understanding this. Okay, can anybody visualize R4? I don't think so. It's a hyperplane, a 4-dimensional hyperplane. No, I don't think so. Even if it feels, here's the thing, like, Cogito ergo sum feels real, but I proved on this very stream it can't be real. At least not as real as the light body. So, you know, move on, right? So what is real? Blah, blah, blah. Cardinality actually does mean something. So I thought we should see here. Did you see what I, okay, let me just finish what I was, okay, did you see it in the chat, Duve? What I wrote down? Hasn't shown up here on this one for some reason, but yeah. Hello? This is a proof or demonstration or whatever that math is numerological analogies, fundamentally. Can you see what I put there as a equivalence between ratios?
I'm looking up what R4 is.
You got to think of it. What's R0? What's R1, R2, R3? And then we can't necessarily visualize R4, but it's, you count up and you understand, well, there's an X thing to count up to, but I can't necessarily I can try, but I don't know to what extent that has a bearing on reality or reflects reality, perhaps.
I'm not the size of the universe, so
Maybe one day.
working on the
So I've
ego.
got a diagram up now. So dot is 0 dimensional, and then a line is what?
It's 1.
And then what's next?
It's 2.
No, what's the 2-dimensional object?
Oh, sphere.
It's 3-dimensional.
Oh, a circle.
Okay, a circle.
That's 2.
And then what's the 3-dimensional one? I think you're gonna get it.
Sphere. Sphere.
And then the 4-dimensional one is h of 8.
Oh, the hyper. Okay.
So we can't necessarily visualize it, but it's an analogy, a 4-dimensional analogy to the sphere in the sense that it's what I call an energetic geodesic. All right, Memes is sharing again, so we'll.
I'm sharing if
Let's
you
do
have.
Doooovid.
Oh, my bad. Doovid is sharing.
So I mean, I remember doing this in school, and it was very complicated, and it was a little bit too much for me, and especially like every single problem, like having to basically do this. But if you have your unit sphere, and if you're looking at the XYZ coordinate system of, and you're saying that in parameterized form, that x is cosine phi times cosine theta, and you're saying what's your phi and theta? Your theta is the angle between x and y, and your phi is the angle between y and z, and then you're seeing these different lines in the parameterized form, what they would be, the r cosine phi times cosine theta, or r cosine theta times sine theta, or r sine theta, and what these things represent on the sphere. And Euclid had geometrically worked a bunch of these things out, but to put it in terms of an equation of the sphere, and then just saying that the XYZ notation is a lot more difficult than the parameterized form, and the parameterized form being more conducive to adding a time element. So like if the 3+1 system, the XYZ, that,
Well, the hypersphere would add an additional frame of reference.
and you could also
No, it
have
would not. No, it would not. It would add an
Well-
additional dimension of complexity
Fair point.
relative to the sphere, right? So we're counting up dimensions from 0, 1, 2, 3 to 4, but really the universe counts down from 4. But we're dumb, so we're like 0, 1, 2, and then we get lost, right? We're like still stuck on 2, but if we want to be more like the universe, we got to
Math is
start at
hard.
4 and count down.
as we say that the sphere, the surface of the sphere is a two-dimensional structure, and then you're saying if how can you represent that two-dimensional structure that represents the surface of the sphere, or can you take that surface and morph it, and even if you could do that mathematically, what does it look like? And then also just using this interplay between the coordinates, like to put more study into it, like the Riemann sphere, and saying that anything could be described as a projection of a sphere. And if you have like the time element, and just saying that
Do you know the conjecture where allegedly if you can decompose the surface of a sphere into 3 similar sized spheres? Like there's some way that you could topologically. Do you know what I'm talking about, or maybe I'm thinking something else? It was like a
That's
weird
trivial.
conjecture.
How is that not trivial? How can you not do that to an arbitrary number of equivalent spheres?
But
It's
Well, I mean,
just the
you're saying,
surface
like-
area
like in
divided
terms-
by a
isn't it kind
number.
of weird that you can make 3 of the same size thing out of something?
you're saying
already
like a
the same
name, and I
size?
don't know offhand like the name of, like, and basically a name of a person that gave a formula to it, and you were saying that that what you're talking about in terms of a geometric phenomenon could be described as a permutation to an equation, and there'd be some equation that describes what this structure looks like, and then what the breakdown or change in the structure would be represented in equation form, and then it could predict from that equation form all versions of the phenomenon. But like, no, my knowledge of mathematics isn't good enough to know, and there's probably thousands.
Of S2. Anybody want to guess what the cardinality of S2 is? Pretty dead giveaway.
Even that S2 has like some sort of symbolic
Height and
coded reference to what it means, as opposed to like the name of a person is
But nobody invented the formula of a bubble. It is just floating around like bubbles, or boublés, as we call them now.
Oh dear.
What is the cardinality of S2? Is somebody going to say it, or are you going to make me say it?
It's a graph.
It's 2, for Christ's sakes. It's 2.
Yeah.
Dose. 2. Do. All right. Okay. The cardinality of S2 should have been a dead giveaway in the name. It's 2. Why? Because it's 1 dimension less than what it's embedded in. How do we know that? Because it doesn't contain the interior of it. It only contains the boundary of the set of what it would need to contain to be a 3-dimensional object. You follow? Yeah. Okay. I see a raised eyebrow and a look of complete and utter.
It's working there. Nothing. No, I found a paper that I saved, and I didn't remember what it was about.
Okay. So what's the cardinality of S2?
2.
What's the cardinality of R3?
3 plus 1.
3. It's just 3. Okay.
2, 3, 5, 8.
R3. I did not invent R3. Okay. I didn't invent R3.
That was very silly, Doovid. I appreciated it.
R3 already existed. Okay. R3 is a construct from Euclidean geometry. What's the cardinality of R3? Sorry, it's 3. Okay. So the cardinality of S2 is 2. R3 is 3. What's the cardinality of R4? Again, we should be cluing into what it is. Yeah, exactly. So, therefore, the cardinality of F8 must be 1 dimension less, right? Than what it's embedded in?
Oh, the break in symmetry 7.
It's got to be 3. It's got to be 1 dimension less than what it's embedded in. It's embedded in a 4-dimensional space. It's a
that's why I brought up the point of the sphere being deconstructed into 3 spheres.
I don't know what you're talking about. We still haven't got our head around 1 metaphor. Now you want to divide it in 3?
If we can figure out the hypersphere that we might be living in, then we
okay, you are the hypersphere genius. Your heartbeat is this hyperbolic figure 8 thing type thingy. Anybody here with me? And then when you look at the back to the formula, Doovid, with the horrible sines and cosines there that you love dictating so much, how do we know the dimensionality or the cardinality or whatever we're calling it? It's 3 because there's an X, a Y, and a Z, and there's no immediately obvious correlation or linear dependence. I'm sorry, I should say linear dependence between any of those components of the equations. You know which one I'm referring to?
You gotta like take the Doorbin-Natan advice and start coding. Like you gotta like be like typing this stuff into Wolfram to generate pictures as you're talking.
I think I won't. I have never once
I
learned
think
how
we
to
figured
code.
out
I'm
a
not about to
lot.
start
No, I
now.
think we need to do literal working sessions, because all I know is like, all right, if we already have things here, it's like the more and more smart people we have, especially with an intuition working on this, I think we're going to find out very interesting. All I know is just taking more specific measurements and just plugging in random things. I'm like, that's very interesting. Why is it if I also divide like the Planck temperature by like the Planck time and then divide that all by the Chandrasekhar limit, it comes out to like, I don't know, 9.4 times 10 to like whatever, the 23 or whatever, Kelvin per kilogram or whatever. And I'm like, it's also the approximate number of photons that are emitted from the sun per second. That's interesting.
always think about it in terms of you haven't framed the right conservation law yet. Emmy No Ether, what she did, or I don't know quite how to say her name, but what she did was so impressive just because it was hitting at this fundamental symmetry. Okay, so why, or about that? If there's no immediate linear dependence, i.e. you can't generate one of those from the others. Like, for example, if x was equal to the most important crucial part is the number of basis factors. I know this probably isn't the literal Wikipedia. They have those analogies on there. They say that the N sphere is a generalization of a sphere, which is a geodesic. Nobody even took a crack at answering what it meant about the relative truth values of the axiom systems of the comparative geometries of hyperbolic and Euclidean.
I'd say it strengthens them, because that's the weird thing.
No, it doesn't. It makes
isn't
it
translatable?
must be more true. If that, let's say, presupposing that thing is true, that means hyperbolic must be more true than Euclidean.
I mean, has it lessened the strength of Euclidean? That's the thing. It's like
you needed hyperbolic. You couldn't do it with a purely Euclidean. What's the difference in the axioms? I mean, that should have been the first thing people were looking at.
Well, it's a curvature, because
Okay,
spherical,
good.
you go in
Go
one
more into
way,
that, please.
hyperbolic, you go in the other way. So, I mean, it would just kind of like make sense that you would flow through that.
What is Euclidean geometry as regards parallel lines? What does the Euclidean space say about parallel lines?
That they never touch.
Yep. So that was basically the issue and the thing they had to change.
Oh, okay. No, you're right. Okay, no, because the reason I was able to give that analogy, because I was watching a video earlier, and basically
I'm about to give Doooovid a math prize up in here.
No, but that's what he said. That was something that within Euclidean did not hold true within spherical.
I found a whole slide share here, actually, so I'll share this while you guys are rambling here. So this is Martin Doooovid, same person who's written some of these papers that I showed earlier, has attached slides. It's, in the different mathematical structures. It's shown that the first hyperbolic structures 1974, and then a history of the different ways of trying to formulaically represent it. And then I guess you have mapping also, where you could map it to an imaginary realm, and then in like a conformal mapping where you're saying the essential elements of the structure that could be varied, and you map those changeable structures to a simpler form and then permutate it there. And then I guess you could also take it into eigenvectors even. And then
that's my favorite mathematical construct.
Classify isometries like elliptical, parabolic, loxodromic, precisely two fixed points. And so there's a lot of research in this, been around a while, and there's a lot of mathematical structure. So I'd say like CR, like the Cauchy-Riemann, and here you have the Dirichlet-Ford domains or something like that. So usually a lot of times they're referred to as names, and a lot of times they have like two names, and generally they're mathematicians who developed some sort of descriptive form, determinative of what's happening. So I thought that was pretty cool, finding slides like that. But so this is a well-established, I guess, field of research, even though, and I guess you have
there's also a good article where literally when they're decomposing like the different actions within it, they're mapping basically it with triangles, and then basically they're showing how you could basically attach the triangles with the spheres, or excuse me, ellipses in this case, as well as going on along. And I'm like, it's very interesting.
It's a kind of conformal mapping where you could map a sphere onto a triangle or a triangle onto a sphere, and then you could permeate or do computations to the mapping and then map it back. And sometimes you lose a little bit of.
It is a very beautiful thing. A lot of things line up. I'm just I don't know.
So
Should
back
I-
to this question about the. Jeez, you guys can't focus for more
the
than 2 seconds
geodesices.
here.
I know I should learn it, but do I really
What's
want to
the
be ballsy
geodesis
enough to say that
figure is
basically an electron, a black hole in the universe might all kind of be a similar thing?
You don't have to turn around and become me the second you accept the same truths as I do. I've been doing this for quite a while. You're not going to be on my level.
I have to be
Quite a while.
skeptical though. I need to be consistent.
You see here the various geodesices of a figure 8 knot.
There's a lot. It's prime.
Looks like
It's
a light bulb.
alternating. Lot of things seem to, I don't know.
A punctured torus fiber in the figure 8 knot complement.
Back to the axioms of Euclidean geometry. Why does the parallel lines not intersecting pose a problem for the fundamental truths revealed by Thad the Great?
Oh. We do live in a twisted universe.
You mean another joint or what? 'Cause that first one was pretty dang big.
Hold on.
More math. More math, please.
You want to take a crack at why? Doovid? Why Euclidean fails? Yeah, why does Euclidean fail?
I mean, what axioms?
Specifically the parallel lines axiom.
It can't hold true to infinity.
There is no such thing as a parallel line because everything's entangled. Because the fundamental entity, the fundamental line is HF8 prime, right? I mean, that's fully entangled. I mean, what are the properties of HF8? Is that the 3 plus 1 is fully entangled and undifferentiated. Is there any difference between any of those things? Like, I guess you could say that one of them's sort of different, but not really. In the sense that they're all R. They're all on R. Which is pretty amazing because I've proved R isn't R, right? R is not real.
Well, you're saying that the Euclidean postulate of the parallel lines not intersecting is itself an axiom about space. So you're saying, what are the axioms about space that Euclidean geometry is dependent upon? And you say that Euclidean geometry itself is an axiom about the nature of space. And then, how accurate is that axiom about the nature of space? And you're saying it's not actually accurate, so it's better to have an axiom first as the nature of space.
No, not necessarily, because calculus has errors and tons of stuff has errors, but you can put strategic errors, aka noble lies, and they actually do give you information you wouldn't get with just a pure form answer. But that doesn't mean you ignore the pure form answer, and that's kind of what we're doing right now. So I'd say integrate them both, because nobody's going to make calculus go away. No one's that powerful, not even me.
Well, I mean, if a better method came about, people would just switch to the better method, and it would be historical
right.
to
But
the scholars
we still have the
that
structure
at some
there, so
point
we can...
that people use this method and the relative accuracy of this method towards what we'll see reality historically towards the method that we use today, and so presumably that will change. And that's why we said that the hard problem with consciousness, the direction of the phenomenon that's been observed of the mind, is that we need a more complicated system to describe what's happening. That our tools, our mathematical tools, our logical structured tools, are not sophisticated enough to describe accurately the phenomenon observed.
Well, they're
It's
too
going to get.
sophisticated.
Oh.
Sorry, I was just going to say they're too sophisticated, but go ahead, me.
Well, what I'm saying is, I think we have a lot of the tools, the particular innovation, and how well the tools and how accurate they can be. I do think are going to need to be redone. This is one of the things that I've taken away from like a lot of the Wolfram live streams. I think that Professor Wolfram at one point, he's just like, well, we have this thing that it works, but then again, that's a proof of all these different proofs, like an automatic like theorem checker and stuff like that. You essentially need to go back and basically build Mathematica from the ground up once again, based upon all the different proofs, everything proving itself upwards and downwards. But at that point, you'd have basically what's more true. It just that requires an enormous amount of like manpower hours,
Is it
human
any
hours.
reconciliation if we place a bust of Sir Wolfram in the entry or lobby of the future museum?
You want to know what gives
Will
me
that
hope for
take some of the
AI?
sting away from it?
No. If we do develop an AI, if it was basically an AI of Stephen Wolfram, I'd be all right with it because I think the world would be okay. He could have his
Holy
nice,
shit.
cool British accent and stuff
Future
too.
school kids go to a museum to learn from the AI of Stephen Wolfram, train from all his YouTube live
Well,
as
he
well
might
as an
actually be one of the
approximation to
individuals
the
that might be
comments
open
in the
to it.
chat.
Well, he likes teaching.
Oh, that would
That's
be
because science now is basically statistical methods. So, from a multiple truth hypothesis, like algorithmic projection, like you would have all laws programmed into algorithms, computers running that are constantly testing these laws against other laws in order to give a truth value based on statistical methods of the various systems' ability to predict outcomes in an exhaustive manner ran by a computer function. And that would give some sort of value, and those values would change over time because those values are dependent on the statistical methods of the relative ability of one system to predict results as compared to other systems. And the initial setting might be somewhat arbitrary, where because if you just have things linked up, like the training data, that you might have numbers closer to 70% or maybe closer to 30%, or maybe in a more accurate system, the predictive power of our formulas are actually very low. There might even be far less than 1% on an absolute level, like absolute. But just to get but like in theory already the you could have, and Wolfram basically does. It's just saying these computers running, and they're constantly updating some sort of what a truth value algorithms for determining how accurate various postulates are. And there's thousands of these ideas, and then if you're going to combine the idea, the truth value goes down. So if you have the Cauchy-Riemann or any of these various mathematical laws, probabilities, that even if they relatively have a high truth value function, when you combine them together with other formulas, because you have to multiply them together, the truth value will diminish very quickly.
You want to have minimal error and have the most accurate data you can for whatever you're modeling there.
Yeah, so just one measurement at a time, you could limit error. But when you have a system that requires two measurements or multiple, hundreds, thousands of measurements, the error usually gets multiplied each time, so that just having 3, 4, 5 elements, that the error level combination becomes diminishes the value to almost meaningless very quickly.
Well, we've also got a lot more technology. I know that was one of the big things with LIGO and everything like that. Just because if you're going to have something that sensitive, you need to try to account for different geoseismic disturbances across the globe and everything, and attempting to be able to cancel a lot of that out. And apparently, it seems to be working more. And now I think by what was it, like 2030, they want to have some satellites up there in space and have them, like, I don't know, 100,000 kilometers apart or something. Try to do something similar. I think that would be really cool. I like science.
You had a lot more rain. Like I've been pumping water out of my basement the last few days. There's like over 2 days, 6 inches of rain
Ooh.
in Metro Detroit, and like thank God the wind speeds weren't so high, so that it wasn't power outages that mostly come from knocking trees or branches over that knock down power lines, or power lines themselves getting. If on the simple levels of the laws of physics, that higher temperatures, that the air can hold more water, and if the air has more water in it when it rains, it will be a higher amount, and just like energy, the higher temperatures, higher energy, so things like wind speeds
Put
would
more
increase.
liquid into any type of rotational system. I mean, that's going to do things.
Yeah, so just say that. So geodesically, if you all the measurements of applications of the law of
A
physics,
couple feet to the entire oceans worldwide. That sounds like a lot.
I have. I'll do another screen share. Let me. I have the local.
The thing that really got me on climate change and everything was, at one point, one of my conservative friends was like, "Oh, memes. Well, if this was a thing, what you'd see is arid places across the globe becoming green." 2 weeks later on Facebook, I see a picture. I'm like, "Oh, here's a part of Asia. It used to be arid 15 years ago. It's getting pretty green now. It's very interesting."
So I'm going to show the local weather office in Metro Detroit. This is even, but they're not using complicated satellites. In reality, they just use a simple balloon, weather balloons that they send up and measure. And it's interesting because they have something on it that says, like, if you get this, send it back. And
Return to sender.
you gotta find. If I gotta find.
I don't know.
Forget when this tour is, but yeah, it was pretty interesting. But you're talking satellites. There's not that many points of information. So like really, the information your take is pressure, temperature, and you maybe like wind speed and directions, because saying there's not even at the end of the day that like a satellite or air balloon or whatever, that there's not that many different points of information that is entering into the system. And so like the satellite, at the end of the day, it's just that data, that's what they're going to enter. It's going to be temperature, pressure, um, wind speed, direction, maybe a few different
Actual observations, yeah.
and then to put that into some sort of mathematical relationship of what that's going to cause. So if you have the amount of, you have measured the amount of water in the air, and then you determine that a temperature change, why is it rain? So you have a certain amount of the like temperature, pressure, or weather changes, that if the weather quickly heats or cools, that the amount of water that's capable of being held in the air. So if it warms up, you'll have a bunch of water that comes from the ground to the air, and then if it cools back down again, that causes the water to not be able to be held in the warm air anymore, and has to come down as rain. And so you could look at, like, to some extent, like just whether it's going to rain like that, I think is not that complicated to determine just based off of predicted temperature changes, right?
The humidity and the change. Oh, that's interesting. That's actually very interesting. I love it. But I actually got to run. But thank you
Thanks
so much for having me
joining.
on.
I hope that was educational. Do you think my new diagrams are more insightful?
It's got me thinking more. It's got me converging. And
I really
but
appreciate all the work you're putting out and all the support you're giving to not just me but the other people who are pushing the old effort forward. So kudos
it's all right.
and
No,
à la prochaine.
proper referencing and citation is useful. I'll leave you with this. If something ain't spinning, does it really have gravity, bro? Peace out.
Well, there's a head scratcher that we can think about for next week, I guess. So any of this stuff is it still clear as mud, or is any of this making a little more sense? These models are all just essentially analogies for relations, aren't they? They just have this really kind of rigid metaphysics, which is the point I wanted to get to, which means didn't stick around for, which is that we can say that this hyperbolic attribute is allowing for the canceling out of the maybe it's not canceling out the decimal system, but it's canceling out the effect of the decimal system on our measurements. Do you understand what I mean by that? Hello? No? Decimal system, numerical basis. Compare with binary, hexadecimal. Oh, you're looking up something different. Okay, I'll let you have fun with whatever you're. Did you want to show people, David?
I was looking for my pictures of an engineering tour of the local facility that sends up weather balloons, and I can't seem to find it. I forget what it was called. So I was just Googling. So I honestly I can't because I typed weather and it didn't come up. Maybe Oakland, but yeah, I mean it might not be that much information that would have garnered from it, but that yeah, saying that just the what you do to get the points of information to plug into the system that makes predictions, and then the models that make predictions, how accurate they are. So just random interesting. I can't seem to find it, but yeah, I mean maybe we covered everything. So you want to wrap up? You have final words?
Hopefully we can have some more combos about these axioms and get a proof about some stuff, and somebody can peer review Thad's work that's not me. And hopefully one day we can make a computer that can solve all of our logic problems for us, but I'm not going to hold my breath. Any last words, David? And also, thank you so much for joining. It's been a great show.
Yeah, they're pretty good. We stuck, basically just to, these topics related to consciousness, and it's probably going to be more math, and because at some point more technical answers, and so hopefully we'll keep on working. But say it is consciousness, so to some extent it's something that everyone experiences, and even if you have complicated mathematics and shapes, like there is some element that it is a phenomenon that should make sense to anybody. Like if you're a doctor giving a prescription for health, that you're saying it's the person's body, and you explain what is going on and why the cure that you're saying is the cure is actually the cure, and not just a trust on authority, but some sort of clearly logical explanation that a non-expert could see is true. And so that's the goal we're trying to aim for, is more exact technical explanation, but still applicable to all people who experience the phenomenon, which for consciousness is all people, and it should be intelligible, hopefully on all levels. But me and Jennifer really moving into this, it will probably be more mathematical and formulaic, and it would be something where expertise would be demonstratable by the quickly being able to ramble out formulas or code something into something relatively quickly, and even it's just like shapes. And in terms of understanding the forms, is that okay? It's a simple concept. I'd heard of Plato in the cave and the forms as a young child, and we're still talking about it today. And first saying like, yeah, I always understood that if like the monad is the sphere, and the sphere could be the source of all structures to higher levels or even sophistication, or even being able to program like a Cauchy-Riemann surface on Wolfram something, so that as you're talking you could write equations that clearly demonstrate surface structures, and that would be applicable to topics that you could show how some idea is representative towards some what we'll call surface, and so hopefully we'll move higher, more towards that level of expertise, and it'll still be something where it's interested into people at all levels, but we'll have to try to recruit maybe also more people. And in terms of moving forward with the show, technical expertise is probably more people to join the conversation, so always cool. But to a certain extent, it's YouTube, it's not radio, so the further adaptions are probably graphical. So anything to largely me and Jennifer try to become better people, or various things. But what will most likely benefit the show is probably going to be graphical, and that's more related to coding. So definitely props to Jennifer for the consistent coming up of these memes and charts, and just keeping on point. Say understanding these ideas. These ideas are codes, patterns behind all structures. So like knowledge is powerful, useful to all people at all levels. But then you see like even something like the hyperbolic figure eight complement or something like that, which is an abstract structure that you could see geometrically. Saying like no, that like I see that all over the place, and then seeing like that's the reality of how archetypes and forms in general work, is that yes, this thing, symbolic idea that I reality see all over the place. And then the more complex the understanding of the forms, the more complex the understanding in interaction with reality. So publicly working on these things is usually the best way, especially if they're complicated, abstract ideas, that being able to try to express them to other people is a good testing ground of mastery of however well you may or may not understand an idea, or if it's like the idea really, I don't understand the idea understands me, or you just make room for the truth.
Let's not say that, even if that ends up not being false, according to what we end up going with. Let's not say that. That's Pet Rock's territory, isn't it? I mean, not that I don't love your soliloquy here, but
well, it's a metaphysics and saying it's paradoxical, because if you predicted what the metaphysics would be going in, versus the direction that say if you let the truth lead you, and then you follow the metaphysics that the truth leads you, and then try to reapply the metaphysics that the truth led you to, as opposed to the bias of whatever reason we might prefer for the metaphysics to be another way than the truth leads us. And if you look, we're not even talking like moral human, we're just talking abstract ideas like the structure and nature of the material realm or something like that, even saying we're talking about matter, not mind. And so usually you're saying mind is more connected to emotion and ego, so just talking about matter is more objective and not dependent on mind, and is a good proving training ground for more fundamental truth, which also includes mind.
Well, it's just one of those eternal mysteries. And thanks for exploring the path of it with me and friends.
Okay, we're
Looking
gonna
forward to the
ramble. I
next
guess
one.
you could go on. You're gonna go on.
I'll
August.
see if there's any questions. Otherwise, I'll just close it out. And yeah, it's been a good time.
Okay, great. Have a great week, everybody. And the holiday is said, the theory that the judgment period is winding down. And it's tonight. It's now in synagogues. People actually usually read publicly the whole book of Deuteronomy, like which is basically the law. So there's like a public proclamation of the law, and but hopefully for good judgment, and people, even if the collective karma is on the negative side, that within the boundary condition of a larger society, that people's individual karma could be as good as possible, and whatever deterministic outcome is predicted for people for the rest of the year, hopefully that will be positive. So blessings.
Blessings. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. That was a good one. I only had to bring it back to the main topic like 12 times or so, which is less than my usual give up a lot sooner. But at some point, the bridge needs to be crossed. So John Williams says the third dimension isn't orthogonal to the other two mathematically, only in reality. Well, no, there's no orthogonality. There's a preservation of information. There's what could be described as orthogonality on particular scales in the same manner that one can approximate the surface of a sphere as flat if the sphere is sufficiently large. But I mean, this is why no matter what, the Euclidean approach fails. Because if you force the numbers to behave in such a way that parallel lines don't intersect, well, you're violating the essential entanglement of what we call the dimensions. So, orthogonality is a construct that helps us to navigate things. It's very useful, but it's not real at all. It's a total illusion. Hey, what's up? If you want to come on, dude, you can. I'm going to close out if you don't want to come on, but if you want to come on, you can. So I'll just put the link in. It's probably a mistake, but I can always make a new link. Or I can just end the show. I'm easygoing. I think my voice is a little wacky after all that time on. Ooh, the teachers are over there. Ah. So yeah, anyone who's not a troll can come on. And I guess if you're a troll, there's not much I can do other than boot you. So you can come on too. Okay, I find it funny that you said that we're done early, dude, but that we've been going for 4 hours and 42 minutes. So not really sure what early means, but yeah. So orthogonality, non-existent but very useful construct in our minds. Disentangle space and time to occupy a particular, I call it a niche. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But there does appear to be different little pockets that get filled. And I'm calling them niches, and they correspond to a particular level of space-temporal entanglement. And again, substantiate that with the same amount of approximately to like within a pretty small interval, there being the same number of heartbeats per animal per lifetime. Oh, what are we talking about? Oh, I don't know what we're talking about either, so don't worry about it. I'll just wrap it up. Yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in, and look forward to the next one. See you next Sunday.
That's just so to say, a worthless opinion of
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck goddamn logic?
they control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?